Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives. My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright, and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud, especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen.
Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby. But Damien, the neighbors...
He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for. Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you. Damien looked at me with pure hatred. And ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class. If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures. Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math? Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect. It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her. You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top! Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. Hey, Superman, these algebra exercises won't solve themselves.
Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel.
Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast? Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside? What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her. Her father is actually one of the richest people in town. Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. Excuse me, Chanel, right?
Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart.
Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal?
What do you mean? I just like him, and I'm gonna ask my daddy to transfer him to my school.
I didn't think Chanel was serious. But a month later, Damien was going to her school, and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you. Hey guys, I got selected to participate in the international math competition. Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank. But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications. Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places? My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous. The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before.
I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend. How are you related?
Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend.
Why would you come to her party?
Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together.
What? But she's with my brother.
Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out.
Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now, and they're in love.
That's what you think.
Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back.
You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude.
Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious, and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch.
Sasha, why are you making such a commotion?
Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine.
Sasha, please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful.
Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems.
Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha.
After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro. But I'm glad you're awake.
Where's Chanel?
Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first.
Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out.
I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job.
I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now, I'm back to being nothing.
But you were never nothing, Damien.
Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something.
It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic.
Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which proved that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job.
I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all, and I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset. Why do you look like you've been crying? Aren't you back with Chanel?
No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother.
Whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him.
You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but right now I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad.
I know how you can stop him.
Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands.
I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined.
I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly Chanel walked in. "What are you doing here?" "Chanel, I should call the police." I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. "But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood." I suddenly hugged her. "Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry, but you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother."
Come on, Sasha. We have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel. I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien, but we will never forgive her.
Mom, Dad, you aren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home. And you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay, I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not? I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it. Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi, everyone. I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town, where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart, and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 in the morning, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was Delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling. Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't going to be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my God, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back, so I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest. But then, he stopped right next to me.
Almost didn't expect you to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I went to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like Spain more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
Break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc., etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him, so he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend, Jean-Pierre. And Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, But I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter, can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait. I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow. I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was going to kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's for my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine. I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed. But the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can lie back down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed. You're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't going to last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable.
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around. And with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this?
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad? This is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lie to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest, and they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault? That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
It's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you...
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away. But now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much. But if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard.
She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then, a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, 'cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are? Always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt. I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you say.
Hi, I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born. And Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after 2 kids. What's wrong? Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared. I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that. Except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner. You're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace, and as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not-so-called-for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind...
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point. And by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've got to meet my dad.
I don't think I should, but Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it, like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream, so it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next,
diving headfirst into the tense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy, was that the best decision ever. The game took me into the magical world of Mirrorland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Mirrorland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So, naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry. I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hiro was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So, I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hiro got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hiro. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hiro immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hiro's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hiro? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. But I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hiro,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hiro with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins. And Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold. Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hiro pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food. Oh my God, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point. And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again, but for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision, and I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't going to stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby. Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day, after school, cornered me by my locker.
Hey, Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it, keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me. His eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines' local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake a feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She flitted the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. My mom's eyes filled with tears.
I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful.
I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering. Magic? Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong? The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople. My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately. Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late. I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper. You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna. I do understand. And Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn. As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
We worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to pack up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence, distance as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
My name is Lily, and from the outside, my life looks super exciting. I've lived all over the world. India, Singapore, Alaska, even civil war-ridden Myanmar, where I was kidnapped for a week by a military coup. Pretty cool, right? But the craziest adventure I'd ever gone on was in a boring suburban home in Boston. But first, let me tell you more about myself. My parents were investigative journalists, and they went wherever the story was. Corrupt government, church cult, mysterious disease outbreak, serial dog napper. Sure, they were living a life full of intrigue, and my younger brother Jacob totally idolized them. But for me, it was constant whiplash. I craved normalcy, stability, and safety. And my parents' homeschooling techniques were questionable at best. So I spent most of my time teaching myself science and biology. The plan was to become a doctor one day. You know, something stable. Then one day, my mom delivered life-changing news. We're moving to Boston to cover a story on the mayor's disappearance. We figure it'll take at least 2 years to crack. So we're sending you to high school. I screamed with excitement. The most we'd ever stayed put was 6 months. Of course, the transition to normalcy was tricky. But then one day, when I was performing surgery on a mouse in biology class, I did the unthinkable. I made a friend.
Girl, you're such a natural. I'm impressed.
Thanks. I want to start my own doctoring practice one day. Hole up in one place, find some loyal patients, and really be there for them, you know?
That's beautiful. Oh, can you take a look at this mysterious fungus on my foot? Just kidding. But hey, you want to hit up the mall after this?
Suze was the best. Funny, smart, loyal. We got super close in no time. And then, exciting news. We solved the mayor's disappearance. Turned out, he faked his own death. So we're moving to Hawaii to cover the illegal capturing of the Hawaiian monk seal. What? No, I love it here. I finally feel like I have a life. You said 2 years.
Sorry, honey, but we're just too darn good at our jobs.
Well, I'm not going. I've spent 16 years being carted around like a chihuahua in your purse. I'm not just an accessory to take with you whenever you want to pick up and leave. So many kids would die to be in your position, getting to see the world, experiencing new things. If only you could be grateful like Jacob. Well, I'm not Jacob, and I'm not leaving. Ugh, I can't stand being your daughter. That's it. Now you're really not leaving. You're grounded. I was done listening to my parents. I ran out of the house and hopped on my bike, pedaling as fast as I could to Suze's house. I was in such a frantic state, I didn't even see the truck turn into my lane. And smack! I went flying off my bike, launched into the middle of the road when my head slammed against the cement. And then, everything went dark. When I woke up, my head was throbbing, and my bike was destroyed. But otherwise, I felt weirdly fine. I could have died, and it was all my parents' fault.
I'll admit, I was a little disoriented. I didn't know if a day had passed or a week. And when I finally got home, I was shocked to see that my parents' cars weren't in the driveway. Were they out looking for me? When I walked inside, I thought my eyes must be deceiving me. The entire house was empty. No family photos, no TV, no furniture, no family. A sinking feeling overcame me. Hello? Is anyone here? Hello? I checked every room, but not only was no one home, none of their stuff was here. And without the furniture, the place felt really eerie. When I got to my room, I was afraid to open the door. But to my surprise, it was exactly as I'd left it. I grabbed my phone to call my mom, but it went straight to voicemail. What the heck? Did my parents seriously move without me and were now blocking my calls? I looked around for a note, but there was nothing. This was insane. But then it occurred to me, maybe this was my parents' way of letting me have my way. So I decided to stay put. I'd live my life, graduate in a year, and go to college. I'm sure my parents would call me back tomorrow, and I'd deliver the news. But that night, as I was falling asleep, I heard footsteps. I ran downstairs to see who it was. Hello? Mom? Dad? Jacob? Guys? I tried to turn the lights on, but they didn't work. Then something brushed past my foot. Ah! It was just a mouse. Okay. I was just freaking myself out. Everything would be fine. And then a strange, cold breeze swept over me and disappeared. Maybe I'd sleep at Suze's house, just for the night. I grabbed a backpack and opened the front door, but it was jammed or something. I pulled and pulled, but it was stuck. I tried the back door, but it wouldn't budge. What was happening? Something felt off. I decided to sneak out through the window, but when I went to lift it, it slammed shut, right on my hand. Ow! I frantically tried calling Suze, but it also went to voicemail. What was happening? Okay, I had to calm myself down. I bandaged my wound and tried calling my dad. As the phone rang, there was a pit in my stomach. It went to voicemail. Dad, it's me. I just got home and no one's here. And for some reason, I can't leave. Where are you guys? I got into an accident. Sorry I didn't come home sooner. I'm okay. Just call me back, please. I spent the night shivering in bed. It took me hours to fall asleep, and I had the craziest dreams. As I was sliding on an iceberg in the middle of Antarctica, surrounded by killer orca whales, the sound of the doorknob turning jolted me awake. Oh my gosh, I was so relieved. My parents had finally come home. And then I heard something strange, a voice I didn't recognize, of a teenage girl laughing. I peeked over the staircase, and the door was cracked, but no one was there. Hello? I ran down the stairs, desperate to escape the house. But as soon as I arrived at the front door, it slammed shut. I pulled frantically on the knob, but it was like someone was holding it from the other side or something. Let me out! Help! Suddenly, the sound of the teenager giggling was met with another voice.
Yara, honey, put your phone down and help me unpack.
I followed the chatter down the long, dark hallway, all the way to the kitchen.
You said you wouldn't tell me what to do if I didn't complain about moving to this creepy house.
I poked my head into the kitchen, shocked to see a mother and her daughter, maybe a year or two younger than me, unpacking boxes? The mom looked totally normal, and the girl was a hardcore emo goth, so also pretty normal. I tried not to startle them, scared they might be dangerous. Hello? Excuse me, what are you doing? How long have you been here? I've been calling for help. I'm stuck in this house. But they just kept unpacking boxes. They didn't even look at me. Hello? What is happening? I tapped the woman on the shoulder, but I couldn't feel her shoulder. Just air. Suddenly, I saw my hand move through her shoulder like a hologram. Like she wasn't real. like she was a ghost. I screamed. The woman and her daughter cocked their heads like chickens, looking right at me. They seemed terrified. For a moment, I thought they'd seen me, but then the daughter said,
Mom, what was that?
I had to get them out of here. These spirits were clearly trapping me in my own home for some mysterious, nefarious reason. I got on my phone and called the first medium Google could find, Cassandra. According to her website, she could commune with any spirit, any age, any gender, anywhere. But of course, her number went straight to voicemail.
Unfortunately, I'm performing an urgent exorcism. So if you have any phantom menaces, if you will, please leave a message with as many details.
Yeah. Hi, Cassandra? My name is Lily. There's a mother about 47 years old. I don't know, it's hard to tell. She looks like she's had a lot of work done. She could be 40. Okay, I was fear rambling. Just one of my many defense mechanisms. Sorry, so yeah, her and her, grumpy 15-year-old daughter, they won't let me leave the house. And I mean, let's be honest, I don't know how ghosts work, but I think they're blocking calls to my family too. And I've already missed 2 days of school, so it's kind of urgent. My address is 4332 Pine Grove Alleyway Road. Come quick, please. I didn't know what to do, so I barricaded myself inside my bedroom. I fell asleep and woke up the next morning to the smell of bacon. I went downstairs and peeked into the kitchen. The mother had a full breakfast buffet going. Bacon, eggs, waffles. It smelled delicious. I should have been starving, but I was way too traumatized to be hungry.
Mom, what is the largest organ in the human body?
Then I saw the daughter was doing biology homework at the kitchen table. Was this normal ghost behavior?
Mom, what's the answer?
I don't know. I'm a future bed and breakfast owner, not a scientist. The lungs? Yeah, that's right.
Wrong. It's the skin, obviously. I saw the girl filling it in on her paper, and for some reason screamed, "It's the skin!" But she couldn't hear me. So I wrote it on a Post-it in big red ink and slid it in front of her. She slid back in her chair, almost toppling over. Did she see the note?
Who are you? Why are you in our house?
Honey, stop with the hysteria.
Mom, you're not supposed to call women hysterical, especially your own daughter. There's an evil being here. I can feel it. And I'm not going to be around when it enacts its vengeance.
Whoa. Who was she calling an evil being? She had it totally twisted. She ran towards the door, making a run for it.
Hey, don't you leave this house.
But was met instead with a super tall, slender woman wearing a robe, carrying a Dan's Donuts tote bag with a bunch of supplies. This was...
Hi, name's Cassandra. Someone called in for a phantom cleanse.
Oh, thank God. What the heck? How could we both hear Cassandra? Cassandra looked at the three of us. It was unclear who she was looking at since she was wearing sunglasses.
Give me a second. I need to talk to the spirit. It's reaching out. Desperately.
Thank you. Cassandra approached me, standing inches away from my face. She took her sunglasses off, and her eyes shot open, like she was activated.
What is your purpose here?
I called you. I have ghosts. You probably can't see them, but they're standing right behind you.
Oh, darling. Oh, sweet dear. No, you are the ghost.
What? Then how are you talking to me?
Because I'm a medium, and you are in between.
Wait, are you sure? How do I know you're not a ghost pretending to be a medium? And you answered my call. Only a human would be able to call you?
She called.
Cassandra pointed to the 15-year-old girl cowering behind her mom, watching this strange lady seemingly speak to me, a ghost. No. There's no way. I was fine after the accident. I can't be...
In a coma. You're in a coma.
Cassandra showed me the news article on her phone. Apparently, the bicycle accident left me in a coma. And my body is just hanging out in a hospital bed in Hawaii. So, is this like a figment of my coma dream, or?
No, this is real, sweetie. Your presence is haunting these lovely ladies.
The daughter was just standing behind Cassandra, mouth hanging open in disbelief, while her mother was squeezing her daughter's shoulder like it was a stress ball.
You okay, Mom? I told you.
Yep.
Okay, don't blame me. Jeez, the news is bad enough.
Honey, in a way, you are to blame. Because you're clinging to a space you won't let go of. Think of this place like emotional limbo. You're not dead, but you're not living either. And until you let go, you'll be trapped here.
She turned to the terrified, lovely ladies and presented her credit card swiper. And for a second, I could have sworn she was holding a paper that said, like and subscribe to MSA. Nope, made that up. She didn't have that. Seriously? Please, like and subscribe to MSA.
Time to pay.
So, is she gonna leave?
I want to. Tell me how. But Cassandra was already out the door. Luckily, she left it propped open. I tried running outside, but the door slammed right in my face.
Oh my God, was that the ghost?
Mom, maybe it's a sign. You're scared. I'm not happy. It would be the perfect time to bail on your bed and breakfast dreams and move back to where Dad is and where my old life used to be. Just saying.
Honey, no. We're not gonna let one ghost ruin our dreams.
I've got bigger fish to fry. Believe me.
Mom, stop calling your dreams ours.
Woof. I didn't want any of this mother-daughter drama. I just wanted to leave and be back in my body. I screamed it, hoping it would come true. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. I'm letting go. I reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I tried kicking and pushing, but my limbs just swooshed right through the wood. 4 hours later, after I calmed down, I figured being a sorta ghost, or whatever I was, came with special abilities that I didn't know about yet, like flickering light switches, floating, blowing cold air at people. Maybe that stuff would be helpful? But what was I capable of? I tried hovering a chair, just to see if I could. It lifted, wobbled, and then launched through the kitchen window and smacked the gardener in the back. Michelle ran outside screaming apologies and ended up giving him a free night stay and a $40 please don't sue me bribe. Then I tried levitating a spoon. It spiraled into Michelle's coffee and smacked her right in the eye. She didn't even scream, just sighed, of course, and started Googling real estate agents. After a lot of trial and error, I learned that my super abilities sucked. All I could do was levitate pencils and move furniture around for some reason, all while having to watch Michelle turn my old house into a bed and breakfast. And she was working fast. And to make things worse, I could hear Yara on the phone complaining about me.
I feel like the ghost is eavesdropping. She's so noisy. She doesn't even do anything cool. I mean, the least she could do is make this boring place more interesting. Ugh, I just want to be with you, Harry. You ghostly freak, stop eavesdropping. Get a life. Or afterlife. Whatever.
Fine, I was eavesdropping. Sue me. Coma Purgatory was super boring too. Soon, I learned that Yara had a boyfriend back home that she was obsessed with. And her dad divorced her mom a year ago and married another woman. So I didn't take her hostility too personally. A few days later, on the opening day of the bed and breakfast, I found all my bedroom furniture was gone, vanished, and everything I ever owned. Photos, clothes, all of it. My room had been turned into a guest room. I was being erased. Hey, I'm still here. I was so scared that leaving my room would be the end of me that I stayed. I put up with an endless stream of disgusting, smelly, nose-picking, farting guests. Just when I thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, they did. Yara invited her boyfriend over, Harry, the one she'd been sobbing about into her hoodie since day one. Apparently, he needed a break from his toxic stepmom, and for some reason, Michelle said yes. From the second he walked in, The house started smelling like Axe body spray and microwave bacon. He flopped right onto my bed, kicked off his sneakers, and yelled,
Yo, babe, this Airbnb is fire! You guys got snacks or what?
Then he opened a soda, chugged half of it, and let out a fart so long it had segments. I wish I was exaggerating. Michelle passed by the door with this forced, hostage-level smile and said,
Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, a TV in here would be clutch.
I swear, she blinked twice like it was Morse code for help me. Later, I tried to spook him out. Just a gentle ghost nudge. I floated a cereal box off the counter and dropped it right into his lap. He didn't flinch, just went,
Yo, Yara, your ghost is hella chill. Wanna help me make a TikTok?
and she actually giggled.
You're so dumb.
They released the video with the caption, Me vibin' with the ghost girl. It got 3,000 likes. I've never felt more personally attacked in the afterlife. That night, after he clogged the downstairs toilet for the second time, Michelle snapped. She stood at the bottom of the stairs and called up,
Yara, this is not a frat house. If Harry isn't gone by tomorrow, I'm calling his stepmother myself.
Don't you dare! He's the only thing that feels normal in this stupid place. I swear, Mom, you better not do it.
2 days later, with Harry still around, the air in the house was tense. Neither Yara and Michelle would talk to each other, or if they did, they would end up screaming and slamming doors. I was ready to full-on poltergeist this boy out of the house. Then one afternoon, I was lurking under the dining table when Harry left his phone on it and wandered off to microwave bacon. Again, the phone buzzed and a text lit up the screen. Kelsey, still thinking about our kiss last week? Miss your lips, babe? Excuse me? I stared at the phone like it had personally insulted me. Yara had to know what a fart bag Harry was. Okay, she already knew that. But if farting wasn't a deal breaker, maybe the cheating would be. Just then, I saw Yara walk into the room, and I rattled the table leg hard. The phone slid to the edge. One more rattle, and yes, it hit the floor, screen side up. Yara looked startled, then bent down to pick it up, and as soon as she saw the screen, she froze.
Our kiss? Last week?
Just then, Harry returned with his plate of bacon.
Yo, babe, you seen the hot sauce?
Who is Kelsey?
Wait, what?
Miss your lips, babe?
It's not what it looks like.
Oh, really? Because it looks like you were swapping spit with someone named Kelsey while I was crying into my hoodie in this cursed house.
I didn't think we were, exclusive since you moved.
As the two argued, I took the opportunity to rush upstairs and kick Harry's crusty backpack down the stairs and into the dining room, where Michelle was now standing too.
All of this is your fault, Mom.
Are you seriously saying it's my fault that your good-for-nothing boyfriend is a two-timer?
Yeah! If you hadn't made us leave, he wouldn't be sneaking around kissing other people behind my back.
She's not wrong, you know.
Get out!
As Harry picked up his backpack and left, Yara started to run out too. But Michelle threw her body against the front door, blocking Yara from leaving. Everyone in the bed and breakfast had gathered at the noise and were staring.
I know you're upset, but you deserve so much better than that useless, toilet-clogging piece of garbage. You're a beautiful, brave, and resilient girl. You could have...
Ugh! Just stop. This is so embarrassing. Just leave me alone.
Yara shoved past her mom and darted toward the bathroom, locking herself inside. The guest seemed super confused. Suddenly, I was reminded of the fight with my mom. But instead of running after me or stopping me from leaving, my mom just let me go. And then wasted no time before moving to Hawaii. She didn't care about me at all. I had to fight for myself and find my way out of here. And then, the next day, some super old guy left his laptop open in my room. I had an idea. I focused on levitating a pencil over the keyboard, typing my name into the search bar, key by key. Maybe I could at least find out what the status of my body was. But just as I was pressing the last button with my mind, I heard a shriek.
There's something here! My keyboard! It's moving!
I jolted, startled, and fell out of the swivel chair, launching it to the other side of the room.
The chair just tried to attack me! There's a ghost!
All of the guests ran over to see the commotion. I tried tiptoeing away, but tripped and knocked into the lamp, toppling it over, the light bulb shattering. Suddenly, all the guests were screaming and running. It was like a scene out of a horror movie, but I was the horror. Wait, don't go! I wasn't trying to be spooky, I swear! But then I saw an out. I leapt onto the old man's back, trying to hitch a ride out the door. He must have felt my presence or something.
The spirit is clinging to me! Get her off! Get her off!
As soon as he was out the door, I was blown back by an imaginary gust of wind, thrust into the living room, toppling into the coffee table. Yara poked her head out of the bathroom.
Oh, wow. Finally some action here.
Yara, stay in the bathroom. Okay, Spirit, come at me. What do you want?
I just wanted to leave, but how could I tell her? I picked up a pencil and began writing on the wall.
Oh my God. Whoa.
Cool.
I wrote, I'm sorry. I mean no harm. I'm just stuck. I dropped the pencil and then started pushing the furniture back to where it belonged. Michelle and Yara watched me, stunned.
I think she's been trying to leave, Mom. Help her.
Suddenly, Michelle collapsed to her knees. She started breaking down, crying.
I don't know how. And now the business is ruined. Yara, I'm sorry I moved us here. It's just the divorce was hard on you, I know, but it was devastating for me too. I was with Dad for 20 years. I was heartbroken. I was so focused on running to something new, something that would make me happy. I didn't consider you. Maybe the ghost is a sign that I haven't been seeing you. If you want to move back, we can move back.
Yara came out of the bathroom and grabbed her mom's hand.
Mom, no. Believe it or not, I like seeing you happy. I don't want to take that away from you. Plus, things are finally getting interesting. Mom, it's okay to be heartbroken.
But I'm the parent.
Exactly. And that means I know where I got my strength from.
Michelle gave her daughter a huge hug. Somehow, my presence had brought them together. And watching them hug made me feel so alone. I went back to my room and laid on the bed crying. Yep, apparently ghosts can cry. The next morning, I noticed something on the computer. The search result from earlier. I levitated a pencil and sneakily clicked on one of the links. It was an article about me, about how my parents had poured all their resources and energy into doing a story on brain activity during comas. Apparently, there was a procedure that could save me, but it was only because of the greed of the healthcare industry that it wasn't public knowledge. My parents even sold the house to fund the investigation. I walked down the stairs to see the front door was propped open. I saw Yara and her mom laughing as they added the word haunted in front of the bed and breakfast. Then it occurred to me, if Yara could forgive her mom, maybe I could forgive mine. Beep, beep, beep. She's awake! Honey, come here! I was so disoriented, but I could see my mom in front of me, tears streaming down her face, clutching my hand in hers. Mom, is this real? Her teardrops landed on my hand. It definitely felt real. Oh my goodness, Lily. I am so sorry we put ourselves before you. You and Jacob are everything. It's my fault for driving you away. I'll never forgive myself. Mom, it's not your fault. You're great at what you do. And if you weren't, I'd never have woken up. But we didn't even do the operation. You just woke up all on your own. Maybe Cassandra was onto something. It wasn't the house I had to leave behind. It was my anger. Mom, Dad, you are just chasing your own happiness. You deserve that too. I'd rather have parents with a passion for life, especially after witnessing just how easily it can be taken away. I love you guys. Your forgiveness means everything, and I promise you'll like Hawaii. We can stay as long as you want. Actually, I have another idea. My parents agreed to pay for me to stay at the bed and breakfast until I graduated high school. Suze was over the moon to have me back. And when I confessed to Yara that I was the spirit, we became fast friends. I told her she could probably take down the haunted sign now. But she said,
"No way! Business is booming because of it. Turns out a lot of people are obsessed with ghosts."
Turns out I didn't need to leave the house to finally be seen. I just had to stop running from it. And yeah, my craziest adventure? Not Myanmar, not the monk seal. It was becoming the ghost in my own house and finding my way back to life.
It had been a day. My evil nemesis had taken my spot as valedictorian, a solid gold helicopter landed in my backyard, and I was being stalked by a prince. And it all began when I almost went into a coma. It all started as I was walking around the school garden. I spotted my favorite purple flower, but as I held it up to my nose, I panicked when I heard that all too familiar buzzing sound. I tried to swipe it and run away, but it came right at me. Ow! I dropped everything, fell to my knees, and desperately searched for my medicine. You see, I was severely allergic to bees, and if I got stung, it was just moments before I would stop breathing.
I've got you.
I turned to see Chandler, the mysterious new student at school who always wore dark sunglasses and a long coat, holding my medicine and rushing toward me just as I passed out. As I woke up, I was staring into the most beautiful yet unfamiliar face I had ever seen smiling at me. Who is this?
You're okay. I gave you your injection just in time.
I touched his face and realized that I was in his arms. I must be hallucinating because one of your eyes is brown and the other is blue.
Must be the way the light is hitting it.
He suddenly got uncomfortable and jumped up quickly, putting his dark coat and glasses back on. I immediately pushed him away when I realized it was Chandler. Wait, were you watching me?
Don't be so dramatic. This isn't your private garden. Besides, I only saw you because you were running in circles screaming like a lunatic.
I looked around to gather my things and pick myself up. And what's with the outfit, Dracula? Are you afraid I am going to discover your secret identity? And as I turned towards him, he was already gone. Okay, no one ever has to know that the class weirdo saved my life, or that for a minute I thought about him as someone other than a Twilight cosplayer. I mean, the first time he actually talks to me and then he runs away like a crazy person, and now I'm talking to myself like a crazy person. Ugh. Hi, my name is Monica, and this is my story of how my biggest nemesis became the reason I found happiness. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. That weekend, I invited my best friend Phoebe to play tennis at my house on our private court. I told her what happened, and she started screaming like a Swiftie. Oh my God, Mon! He's totally into you. Ew, gross. Well, he never talked to any of the girls at school before, so it definitely meant something. He's too weird for me. Besides, I have so much going on with being valedictorian and homecoming queen this year. I don't have time for a fan fiction fanatic. Rumor has it that his family has ties to the mob, and that will make your love story even hotter. I can see it now. Coming to theaters soon. Mafia Queen and her mysterious man. That might be your fantasy, but mine is a little more Prince Harry than Dirty Harry. Suddenly, a solid gold helicopter landed right on the tennis court. Talk about be careful what you wish for. We had to hold on to the net so we wouldn't get blown into the next yard. The truth is, I was more annoyed than surprised, since we lived in a very rich neighborhood, and our neighbors were constantly landing at our house by mistake. Oh man, if this is one of the Blackpink girls again, my dad's gonna explode. But it was actually my childhood friend Ross, who'd moved to Germany when his mom married royalty. I hadn't seen him in 5 years. I barely recognized him. He ran to me and hugged me.
Hey, hot stuff. Tell me how much you miss me.
Ross? Holy extreme makeover! You look amazing! Where's the rest of you?
You like it? I lost 80 pounds, got rid of my acne, and now I wear contacts.
Are you, posing for me? Just then he spotted Phoebe standing behind me.
Who's the dweeb?
Dweeb? This is Phoebe. She's my best friend.
Of course. You needed a pet to keep you company while I was away. Okay, well, I'm back now, so run along, dweeby. Monica and I have a lot of catching up to do.
I put my arm around her to stop her from slapping Ross and smiled uncomfortably. Wow, you sure have changed.
I know. The new and improved 3.0 Rosso-Rama.
He flexed and winked at me. Why don't you go say hi to my parents? I'll meet you inside. Just as Phoebe was about to say something to him, I put my hand over her mouth. I know he seems like a jerk, but growing up he was the sweetest guy. Please, just give him a chance. What? Oh, I said I'll give him a shot, but if his manners don't improve, I'll show him how good I am with a tennis racket. My parents told Ross he could stay with us until his parents arrived a few weeks later. I thought it would also be a good chance for us to reconnect and for him to remind me of his sweet side that I used to love so much. Yeah, that so didn't happen. From the minute he arrived, he was bossing all the house staff around and constantly parading around with no shirt. Sure, he had a great body, but the minute he opened his mouth, I wanted to put my boot in it. Let's face it, guys, somewhere out there's even someone who Ryan Gosling annoys, am I right? And to make matters worse, he insisted on taking his precious gold helicopter everywhere, to the mall, the movies, and worse, to my school. One day, the helicopter landed on the football field, and as he stepped out, he took a t-shirt gun and shot shirts with a picture of his face on them at all the girls swooning over him.
Yes, ladies, and a few of you boys, I see you. Your dream man, Prince Ross, has arrived.
He walked over and put his arm around me and held my hand.
I thought I would pick you up and we can go for protein shakes at the new juice bar.
Just then, Rachel, the most spoiled little rich girl in our school and my arch nemesis, rushed up to him.
We have never actually had royalty here. Would you sign this for me?
Ross dropped my hand and proceeded to flirt with her.
What's your name?
Rachel, but you can call me yours.
Aha! Yours. Until someone else comes along in 3, 2, 1.
Excuse me.
Let's face it, you change your mind about boys more often than a traffic light says go. And speaking of that, why don't you just go? Rachel went to charge at me, but Ross got in between us both.
Aw, ladies, I know it's hard, but don't fight over me.
I was so disgusted that he was acting this way. You know what? You can have him. Later that day, he came up to me at the house.
Can we talk?
If it's about how amazing you are, no thanks. I think I've had enough of the Royal Ross reality show to last me a lifetime.
Actually, I wanted to tell you I'm sorry about how I acted, and I brought you these.
He handed me a bag of gummy worms.
Remember when we were little and we used to bury them in the backyard because we wanted to set them free?
You remember that?
Of course. You were, and hopefully still are, my best friend.
You are. It's just that you were acting...
I was just trying to impress you. You befriended me when no one else did, and I wanted to show you that I was finally worthy of you.
You don't need all that to impress me. I chomped on a gummy. Just you, me, and maybe we eat the worms instead of burying him this time. We stayed up all night talking, and it was like I had my best friend back. I was in such a good mood until I got to school and heard the announcement.
Our new valedictorian and also homecoming queen for this year's senior class is Rachel.
I didn't hear anything after that. My blood boiled. How could she have beaten my GPA? Wasn't she failing math last week? I was so mad I wasn't looking, and I bumped into Chandler and almost fell over, dropping all my books. But he caught them and me before we hit the floor with almost superhuman speed. He pushed his sunglasses to the tip of his nose, and he looked at me with a hypnotic stare as he held me.
Running from another bee?
I could only manage to mutter as I started to melt into his gaze. GPA, homecoming.
Oh yeah, I heard. You should definitely ask for an investigation because Rachel is as likely to have gotten those 2 honors as I am to wear ballet slippers to school.
I felt like time stood still, and I never wanted it to start again. But then Phoebe walked up with a big grin on her face and tapped me on the shoulder.
What you doing?
I was startled, but Chandler didn't let go. His big, strong arms just held me. I'm okay now. You can let me go. He released me, took a step toward me, and whispered in my ear.
I don't know if I can let you go.
Okay, Twilight. If you're done talking with my bestie into joining your coven, we're late for class. As we walked to class, Phoebe couldn't help but tease me. He's too weird for me. I don't have time for that. I want Prince Harry. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Hubba hubba. I had after-school activities that day, so I got home late and walked into an unusually quiet house. Mom? Dad? Where is everyone? Even the staff was gone. Something was wrong. Then I heard a strange noise from the living room. I grabbed an umbrella from the closet and held it up, ready to beat up the intruder, and slammed open the door.
Whoa, okay. You can pick the movie.
I looked around to see Ross had set up a movie night for us with popcorn and gummy worms. Ross?
Hey, baby. I heard about the whole Rachel thing, and I thought you need a little cheering up.
Where is everyone?
Your mom and dad mentioned going to dinner across town. I think they left you a note on the kitchen counter, and I gave the staff the night off so we could chill together.
It did seem sweet, but something still felt off. I sat down next to him on the couch, and he handed me the popcorn. Wait, how did you know what happened today? Did you have one of your groupies spying on me?
Aw, babe, are you jealous?
Of your Rossettes? Never.
Good, 'cause you're the only girl for me.
He put his arm around me and went to kiss me. I was so shocked that I dumped the popcorn on his head. What are you doing? We are just friends. I don't think of you that way.
Maybe in time, you will. I'm a prince now. I can give you even more than you already have.
I'm sorry, Ross, but it's been a long day. I'm just gonna go to bed. As I walked to my room, I could feel him watching me.
Okay, but I'm here if you need anything.
When I woke up for school the next day, the house was still eerily quiet. I looked in my parents' bedroom and the bed was still made. I remembered that Ross said they left me a note and went to the kitchen. When I read the note, I screamed.
What is it? What's wrong?
The note. My parents have been kidnapped. They said if I call the police, I'll never see them again.
It's okay. I'm here for you. We'll find them.
He went to hug me, but I had a bad feeling, so I moved away and reached for my phone instead.
Who are you texting?
I need Phoebe.
No! I'm your best friend. You don't need anyone else. You have me.
He knocked the phone out of my hand, smashing it into pieces. I ran out the door. I had to get as far away from Ross as possible. Instead of putting Phoebe in danger by going over to her place, I ran towards the one person I knew who could possibly handle the kidnappers, someone who lurked in the shadows. I need Chandler. I ran all the way to school and snuck in, just in case Ross was around. But trying to find Chandler was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just when I was about to give up, I felt a hand on my shoulder.
Looking for me?
You scared me! Oh, we need to work on you approaching people head on. But yes, I need you.
I'm flattered.
No, you don't understand. My parents have been kidnapped, and I need you to use your mafia connections to help me get them back. He stopped for a minute, then burst out laughing. You are horrible! You are laughing that my parents got kidnapped? I knew this was a mistake. Forget you. Forget all the boys. I'll do this myself.
No, wait. I'm sorry. I was just laughing because you think I'm involved in organized crime. I mean, I've heard all the rumors about me. I have fangs. I'm a spy. My favorite is that I'm a 30-year-old undercover cop, but the mafia, that's a new one.
He touched my face and wiped my tears. Wait, you're not?
No, sorry to disappoint you.
No, that's actually a good thing, although this might have been the one time I needed it to be true.
I'm so sorry to hear about your parents, and of course, I'll help you find them.
Maybe it was his confidence or the fact that I didn't know who else to turn to, but I believed him.
So, the first thing is...
Just then, Ross came barreling down the hallway in attack mode, heading straight for Chandler.
Take your hands off of her. I'll save you, Monica.
Chandler whipped off his trench coat and mocked Ross by waving it at him like a bullfighter.
Taro!
Just as Ross was about to pounce, Chandler pulled back the coat to reveal a locker, and Ross drove head first into it.
That should slow him down for a little bit.
But Ross got up and was as angry as ever.
She's mine. And as soon as I stop seeing double, I'm coming for her. Or maybe not. Time to go.
He grabbed my hand and we rushed out of the school doors to his motorcycle. I'm not getting on that thing with you. But then I turned to see Ross running towards us.
Change of heart?
He tossed me his extra helmet and we took off. We drove for a while to make sure we weren't followed, then pulled over.
I think we should go back to your house, see if we can find any clues.
Good idea, but we have to be careful because I don't want to run into...
The Rossinator.
But before we go, I need to know, why did you agree to help me? We don't even really know each other.
You mean saving your life doesn't fall under the category of we're friends now?
Okay, good point. But I feel like you are avoiding telling me about you.
Well, I would love to take you for coffee and tell you my life story, but you might want to rescue your parents first.
Also a good point. Okay, there's a door at the back of the house that leads to the wine cellar. It's been sealed off, but if we can get in, I can get into the house from there without anyone seeing. Once we got to the house, I tried to pry it open. Ugh, it's been closed so long it must be rusted shut.
Here, let me try.
He handed me his coat. If it's easier, you can take off your shirt too. He paused for a moment and gave me a flirty smile. I mean, so it doesn't get dirty.
Oh, I think you would like me if I was dirty.
Then he tore off his shirt, and it was like I had won the hot guy lottery. Yet when he tried to open the door, he only got it to move a little.
Maybe if we both try. You grab the handle first, and I'll wrap my arms around you and we'll pull together.
The one time I don't have my phone to post this on Instagram. As he put his huge muscular arms around mine, I could feel his heart beating. And once again, I wish I could have made this time stand still in that moment forever. Then suddenly the door gave way and we both went tumbling backward. I landed on top of him with our faces so close that our lips were practically touching. Your eyes are so beautiful. Were you born that way?
No.
He looked embarrassed. What is it? You can trust me.
I actually grew up in the poor section of town, and one day I saw a little boy wandering the streets about to get hit by a car, and on instinct I dove in front to save him. The next thing I know, I'm waking up after surgery with this eye, and it turns out the boy was the governor's son. He paid for the best medical care and even sent me to finish my education at your school.
Holy Bruce Wayne! Is this guy too good to be true or what? This would be that moment in the movie when we would have our first kiss. Just then, I paused because I heard quiet yelling, except I didn't imagine hearing my parents yelling my name in the background. Then I realized it actually was my parents. I jumped up and rushed into the wine cellar, and there were my parents tied up and blindfolded. I ran to set them free and hugged them. Who did this to you?
We don't know. Last thing we remember, we were on our way to dinner, then we heard a helicopter and everything went dark. Then we woke up here.
Helicopter? Obviously, Ross. But we can't prove it because we didn't see him. We only heard a female voice.
I think I might have an idea, but we would need your mom and dad to stay out of sight, so Ross continues to believe that he controls the situation.
My parents agreed, and we brought spare food, blankets, and a corkscrew from the pool house down to the cellar to make them more comfortable. Call the police in exactly 3 hours and tell them to come to the school to arrest your kidnapper. And Mom, Dad, don't drink all the wine in the cellar. We rode back to school and snuck in through the gym. Okay, Super Cop, what's your plan?
Well, you know how you think I'm all mysterious? I'm about to reveal to you who I really am.
He walked me into the audio-visual classroom, and all the movie nerds turned to look with their mouths open.
You brought a girl into the secret chamber? How many times do I have to tell you, Joey? It's not exactly a secret. It's a classroom at a school. Potato, potato.
Hold up. You're a movie nerd?
Yep, I'm proud of it. And me and my group of nerds are gonna catch Ross confessing on tape. You see, we helped install the security cameras in the school, so we can access them.
Security cameras? Can you access footage from a few days ago?
Sure. What are you looking for?
I'm not sure, but I'll know it when I see it. Go back to a few hours before they announced the valedictorian.
Hey, weren't you supposed to be?
Don't remind me. There! Right there!
Is that Ross sneaking into the office and changing the winner to Rachel?
I knew that jerk wasn't working alone. I bet he did that for her, so she would help him kidnap my parents.
That must have been the female voice they heard.
Now to put our plan into action. I borrowed one of the nerds' phones and called Ross to meet me at school. Once he saw me, he ran and hugged me. It was all I could do not to vomit, so I played it cool. Oh, Ross, thank God you're here. I was so worried for you. The police arrested Rachel for tampering with the school votes, and she said she was going to blame you for kidnapping my parents.
What? That's crazy. I had nothing to do with any of that. She must be saying that because she has a super crush on me. But you know, my heart and my helicopter belong to you.
Just then, Rachel came out of the AV classroom where she had been watching on camera as Ross blamed her. You liar! You are the one who wanted to kidnap her parents so you could save them and make her fall in love with you. Oh, Ross, you did that for me? Oh, that's so romantic.
Well, in that case, yes, it was all my idea. I would do anything for you.
That's a wrap.
The police arrived, and even as they carted him and Rachel off in the police car, he was still patting himself on the back.
Can't believe you're choosing him over me. I'm a catch.
Phoebe came running up to me and gave me a great big bear hug. Mon, I've been so worried. You weren't answering your phone, but I finally talked to your parents and they explained everything to me. I knew that jerk was no good. Maybe next time you listen to your best friend. 100% from here on out. Best friends forever. Later that night, Chandler and I finally had that cup of coffee and learned a lot about each other.
Monica, I've liked you since the first time I laid eyes on you fleeing from a bee. I knew then you were my movie queen, and I just hoped that you'd be okay with dating a poor movie nerd on a scholarship. So, is this the part in the movie when the hero finally kisses the heroine?
Nope.
This
is the part when she kisses him.
You ever get that feeling like you're destined for bigger and better things? That feeling hit me like lightning. I decided it was time for me to become cool. My name is Abby. Hit that like and subscribe button to hear all about my journey from geek to chic. My mom was a music composer for movies, and my dad was a famous chef. They were so cool, I almost felt embarrassed to be their daughter. I was super shy and nerdy. My friends and I played Dungeons & Dragons, started a Model UN club, and bragged about our new scientific calculators. Every year, my best friend May and I would wake up at 6 a.m. and binge all 13 Star Trek movies.
The needs of the many
outweigh the needs of the few. May even bought me a brand new scientific calculator for my 13th birthday.
It has 280 functions and 40 metric conversions.
It was the best gift ever. How would you feel about, going to the mall?
Wait, you're serious?
Yeah, I'm just kind of over it right now. Let's go shopping.
Weird. You don't feel sick.
What? I'm fine.
Oh my gosh, the new issue of Galactic Man is here.
You ever get the feeling like you want to be cool?
I am cool. What do you mean?
I mean, you have Orange Julius on your face.
Yeah, so do you. All the cool kids do. That party is just full of empty gossip and offensive cologne. Why would you want to go?
Curiosity, I guess.
But it's the night of my big debate. You can be curious another time.
But don't worry, I can do both.
Okay.
Rose, can you please tell me the square root of 16?
32?
I saw her struggling with her homework after class, and I had an idea. I offered to do her homework in exchange for a party invite.
Yeah, my party is pretty exclusive. And you're... who are you?
Abby.
I guess you've got okay features behind your pimply skin. You can come if I get an A+.
Deal.
You bribed her?
No, it was a trade-off.
Well, whatever. Just don't miss my debate.
I'm so excited for you, honey. Call me if you need me to save you. What am I doing? I'm not cut out for this.
Come out! Come out! It's time to spin the bottle!
Don't you want to sit with your new popular friends?
It didn't go well.
Well, I hope it was worth missing my debate over.
I needed a fresh start. I needed to be popular. I needed to transfer schools. I begged my parents to let me go to private school, arguing that it would offer me the best education possible. It somehow worked.
What are you doing?
Transferring to a private school.
What? But you always complain that private schools are full of elitist jerks.
Maybe I was too quick to judge, and there are plenty of jerks here too. I wanted to look classy, sassy, and confident, but I didn't expect the popular girls in my new school to be edgy and dark. They rode motorcycles, had piercings, dyed hair, and tattoos. They wore baggy pants and tiny little shirts. I stood out like a sore thumb with my blonde hair and white tennis dress. It was time for me to rebrand. What is that? It's fake. Don't worry. I was talking about your hair. I love your dragon tattoo. Yeah, it's super rad. My parents won't let me get a tattoo till I'm out of the house. Oh, my parents have no clue I have a tattoo, and they never will. You must have gone to some underground tattoo artist then. You have to tell us where you got it done. I had won the popular girls over. Moment I plopped my butt on the chair at their table, I knew my rebrand was complete.
Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Yeah.
I was kissing the punk prom king. I was finally cool. But in order to protect my new status, I had to become the coolest. So when Sarah arrived at school, flaunting her new moped, I showed them photos of my brand new motorcycle. They didn't have to know it was my dad's. And when Sammy showed up at school with an eyebrow ring, I got two. Fake, of course. I was slowly rising up the ranks, but Sarah was still the ringleader. So I did something desperate. When Sarah started dating the hottest guy in school, I told them I was dating a celebrity. Who? Oh, it's a secret. Wouldn't want the press swarming the school, right? I needed to make this lie a reality before I was exposed. What is in your eyebrows? And on your wrist? Relax. It's all fake. Well, take them out and try to look decent. I don't want everyone at the movie premiere to think I'm raising a Wednesday Addams. Movie premiere? Dead sick. So I thought I could take you with me to the premiere of the movie I just scored. I couldn't believe who I was next to. Up-and-coming star Walker Robinson. He was beautiful. He was chiseled. He was getting whispers screamed at by his dad. Apparently, he needed to get his grades up or his dad would pull him out of his gig.
But I'm not book smart, Dad. That's why I'm an actor.
But his dad insisted. Okay, this may sound crazy, but I heard what your dad said. I could tutor you in exchange for a favor.
Who are you?
I introduced myself and told him how I could tutor him in exchange for a photo shoot posing as my boyfriend. I promise, I won't show anyone but my friends, okay? It won't get out.
It better not, because I'm about to propose to my actress girlfriend.
You have my word. We shook on it. I gave everyone a tour of my mom's music studio where I was recording my first album, and I showed them my motorcycle helmets. It was all going super smoothly until I ordered a pizza. May?
May you what?
She was totally pretending not to know me. Can we talk?
About what?
It was like we were in a Western standoff.
Oh my gosh, your little outfit. Guys, come look at this girl's getup. It's so chic. Oh my gosh, she reeks of geek. Everyone was laughing at May, but instead of jumping to her defense, I said nothing. To May, the silence spoke volumes.
You guys are mean, and Abby, you're a fraud and a liar. You guys deserve each other.
What was that all about? Oh my gosh, Walker is engaged. Weird. How could that be if he's dating you, Abby? Let me see that. That liar! He was dating someone else behind my back, and I had no idea. I can't believe it. What a jerk. We can't let him get away with this. Let's make that snake pay. Wait, where are we going? Go ahead, expose him. Aren't you pissed that your boyfriend was engaged behind your back? Or are you a fraud who never even dated him? Ugh!
Abby, what are you doing?
The next day, the photos landed on the internet and all hell broke loose. My parents pulled me out of private school and made me return to my old school. And I was going viral as rumors swirled around whether or not Walker was a two-timing jerk. Honey, I found this lying by the front door. It must have fallen out of her backpack when she fell down the night of the party. Wait, was she trying to mend our friendship? Is that why she brought her Star Trek DVD? Ugh, how did I not see that? I went on my phone to see that Walker and his fiancée had ended their engagement. My quest for popularity had seriously blinded me and ruined everything. I had to make amends. I visited Walker on the set of his show.
Who let you in?
I told them I was your girlfriend.
Haven't you done enough damage?
That's kind of why I'm here. I can help you get your fiancé back, but I need a tiny favor in exchange.
I don't want to talk to you.
Flip it over.
To May, my biggest fan, your friend Abby misses you. With love, George T. George Takei from Star Trek? No way!
Way.
How?
I told her that Walker knew the old Star Trek actor from a previous gig, and we agreed that he'd help me get an autograph if I told everyone, especially Walker's fiancé, that I was a liar.
Local nerd fakes relationship with Walker Robinson. Wow, you really did that?
Yeah, I really did. I'll be a loser for life now, but maybe being cool is overrated. I grew up with my grandfather, who was the coolest person ever. He worked at a planetarium nearby, and often after school, I'd help him there. You see that star? You know, it isn't a star, but a planet.
A planet? It's so shiny. Wow.
Growing up, I loved everything about the stars, planets, and space. Pops and I would look at the stars from the big telescope. It was so fun. By the time I was 17, I was the brightest in my class and ready to graduate a year early. One time when I returned from school, I saw Pops talking to some construction workers, and he looked mad. What's happening? These people are trying to tear down the planetarium to build a mall here. No way! Not on my watch. This place was too close to my heart. My best childhood memories were about this place.
Just then, I noticed a bulldozer driving toward the building, so I climbed up the huge oak tree in between, and people frantically yelled for the machines to stop.
Yo, stop! There's a crazy girl up there. Rose, what are you doing? Get down from there.
Nope. If they want to take this tree down, they'll have to do it with me on it. One of the workers called the boss, and exactly 30 minutes later, I saw a helicopter land. Several men in black suits jumped out, surrounding a handsome guy who didn't look much older than me.
You, girl, what's the problem?
Call me Rose. And the problem is that you need to ask your men to back off. This is our property.
I bought this dump, so it's my property.
So you'll just destroy it because you own it over my cute body?
Do you have any idea who I am?
Does it look like I care? The guy stared at me, then smirked.
You won't give up, will you?
Nope.
Fine. Come to the office tomorrow and we'll have a little chat.
I'll think about it. Saying that, he left, and so did the workers. That was fast. Later that night, Pops told me the guy's name was Henry Hampton, and his parents owned half the city. I wasn't scared of him, even if he was the President of the United States. And the next morning when I reached his office, I was more than ready to let him know that. But the place was so big, I couldn't figure out which door to open. I accidentally entered the wrong room and found a boy my age playing the piano, but he sounded a bit off. Try working with an F minor. It's much smoother.
Excuse me?
I wanted to apologize for butting in, but before I could, a security guard came and escorted me to another office where Henry was waiting for me, and he looked so intimidating.
Our meeting yesterday had me rethink the mall project, but on one condition. I want you to work as my assistant.
What? Why?
I've had many pretty assistants over the years. Now I want a smart one.
Did he just call me ugly? But I'm a space nerd. There really isn't much I can do here.
Why don't we start you off at $4,000 a day and leave the rest to me?
Okay, that was a lot. Henry stared at me, waiting for an answer. My gut screamed no, but what choice did I have? It was either this or lose the planetarium, and no way I was going to let that happen. Ugh, fine. The entire next week, I regretted my decision every second. Henry was mean, rude, and a total brat. He made me skip classes and called me at the oddest hours for work. If I refused, he made me number all the empty white sheets in the printer. What a nightmare. To top it all off, I was asked to help with all the new transfer students at school, and one of them caught my attention instantly, the piano guy. When he entered the class that day, girls couldn't stop staring at how handsome he was. I'm Rose.
Noah, you work for my brother, right?
You're Junior Hampton?
Ding ding. And you're the brave girl I've heard so much about. Pleased to meet you.
Noah was the complete opposite of Henry. He was kind and friendly, and we started hanging out every day. I complained to him about Henry all day long, and he didn't seem to disagree. He told me they were half-brothers and never got along.
He's just jealous I'm the better-looking brother.
One night, as Noah was playing his latest tune for me, Henry barged in looking mad.
I lost an important deal because you mixed up the papers. I thought I was hiring a genius, but I was so wrong.
I looked at him in shock, and he went ballistic on me. Hold up. I didn't ask you for this job. I'm tired, exhausted, and you're just so ungrateful. If you want me out, I'll leave, but I won't take your sour attitude. Henry looked crazy with rage, and before he could react, Noah jumped in.
Easy, Henben. I'm sure we can work something out. Stay out of my business. Understood?
Saying that, he stormed out of the room, and Noah turned to me. Thanks for standing up for me.
I won't let him bully you, as he bullies me.
Such a bozo. Just then, Noah came a bit closer, and my tummy did a wild spin.
Do you want to maybe get dinner sometime?
Like a date?
Yeah. How does 8 p.m. tomorrow sound?
Sounds perfect. I wanted my first date ever to be amazing. I bought a cute dress and did a little makeup too. But just an hour before I had to leave, Henry texted me to get his dry cleaning. Can it wait?
Unless you want to fly to Korea to deliver it, I suggest you get going.
Did he have a tracker on me that rang every time I was unhappy? I texted Noah that I'd be late and hurried to the shop. But on my way back, it started raining heavily and I got completely soaked. I slid my way into the house and saw Henry glaring at me.
I missed my meeting thanks to you.
I missed a date thanks to you. Achoo! He wrapped his jacket around me as I sneezed like a crazy person and asked one of his servants to take me to the guest room. When I came down, he was standing by the fireplace with a cup of cocoa.
Drink this. You'll feel better. You made this? Do you see anyone else around?
Why was he suddenly being so nice to me? And why did that make me feel so good?
So, about this boyfriend. Who is he?
I don't have a boyfriend. And why do you want to know?
Just wondering.
Well, don't, because you're killing my chances of ever finding someone. Henry laughed, and he almost looked human. One heck of a good-looking human.
What made you say that?
I was all set to meet Oh my God, Noah! I'd totally forgotten to tell him that I won't be able to make it. I reached for my phone, but it wasn't working, so I pulled one out of Henry's pocket and frantically dialed Noah. But he was already standing behind, looking like a raging bull.
Well, well, look at that.
Noah, I'm so sorry. I totally
Save it, Rose. It's not the first time Henry's had eyes on my girl.
Henry looked at me in surprise.
He was your date? Well, that's disappointing.
Before I could say anything, Noah took the vase lying on the table next to him and flung it at Henry, who missed it by inches. That was totally uncalled for.
Work on your aim, little guy.
But Noah left without saying a word. When I turned to Henry, he was smiling. You're such a jerk. I stomped out of the house furious at Henry. For days after that, I tried to talk to Noah, but he continued to ignore me. One day, the teacher announced that I was chosen to represent my school at the annual quiz competition, and I got busy with my books. I was studying in Henry's office one night after finishing work when I completely lost track of time and snapped back to over 30 missed calls from Pops. As I rushed down the hall blindly, I missed a turn and bumped right into Henry.
You're still here?
I was just leaving.
Now? It's late. Let me drop you back.
Don't you want to change?
Should I?
I blushed and we walked to his car. We sat in the back seat, and minutes into the ride, I dozed off. I woke up to Henry brushing his hands over my cheeks, pushing a strand of hair away. His eyes were the most perfect combination of blue and green. Sorry.
Don't be. I enjoyed your snoring.
I don't snore. I must be really tired, I guess.
You work too hard. Take the day off tomorrow.
Why do you do this?
What?
Be nice one second and an absolute moron the next. Henry looked straight into the mirror before turning toward me with a stern look.
Maybe that's just who I am. A boring moron. But you're nothing like I imagined.
He leaned forward, and I thought he was about to kiss me. I literally stopped breathing when he took a bottle lying next to me. He totally did that on purpose. When I got back home, I felt my heart beating hard. This was wrong, but why did it feel so right? A week later in school, I was doing some last-minute preparations in the library when I got stuck on an annoying question. My concentration was all over the place.
I could solve that in under 15 seconds.
I almost screamed when I felt Noah's hand on my shoulder, and I was annoyed to see him. Now you want to talk to me?
Give me that.
He took the notebook out of my hand and started scribbling something, and got the answers right. How?
I'm the lesser-known genius in the family.
I am so sorry about the other day, Noah.
Don't worry about it. Let's hang out for ice cream after school, and we can talk.
Sure, I'd love that. Noah volunteered to help me with the quiz, and I agreed. We would study till late at night, and I would often catch him stealing glances at me. When the final day of the quiz arrived, I was more than prepared to get that trophy home. And I did, along with a massive cash prize, which was enough to put me through college. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't have done this without you.
I would do anything for you, Rose. I like you, and I think we should give us another shot.
He looked at me with so much hope, but I couldn't do it. I like you too, Noah, but not in the way that you want me to. It's never going to work out between us.
Because of Henry? What do you even see in him?
Noah's words made me realize what I'd been hiding from all this while, but I was too stubborn to accept it. No, it's not him. I have to work hard for my future, and I can't afford distractions. Noah looked at me heartbreakingly and left. After that day, I realized the whole thing was getting messier by the day. I decided on talking to Henry about it, but when I met him a few days later, he had something waiting for me.
I'm leaving for Korea. You are coming.
What? No. Listen, Henry, I have to talk to you.
Just think of it as this one last thing before you leave. I'll let you go as soon as we're back.
He was nothing but a pain in my butt, and I should be happy this was finally getting over with. Only I wasn't. If anything, it broke my heart. We flew the next day early in the morning in Henry's private jet, and he took me to a house in the city. I entered to see an old lady lying on the bed, and she lit up when she saw him. Henry sat next to her holding her hand while I watched him from a distance. He looked so tender, and it made me fall for him even more. When I found him alone, I asked him who she was.
My grandmother. I lost my dad when I was a kid, and she's all I have.
What about your stepdad and Noah?
They're my mom's family, not mine.
He looked so vulnerable, and I don't know why, but I felt like hugging him. I know how you feel. My granddad is my only family too.
Looks like we have more in common than we thought.
He placed his hands on mine, and I suddenly felt so close to him. I was in love. I knew it. When we flew back that night, I wanted to confess my feelings for Henry, but just as we got there, we were welcomed by Noah, Mr. Hampton, and a house full of guests.
Everyone, meet Rose, the reason why we're celebrating tonight.
What do you mean?
While you were busy falling in love, I got the deal signed, and we are going to demolish that precious planetarium of yours.
But that's not fair.
Too bad. Life's not fair. Like it wasn't fair to me when he came over and took everything that was mine. Just when I thought you couldn't stoop any lower.
My mind went spinning in 1,000 directions, and suddenly I slapped Noah hard on his face. You are a horrible person, and I'm ashamed I ever called you my friend. I ran out of that place feeling crushed, but I had no time to sulk. Pops, I, and a few other people collected as much money as possible to hire a lawyer to file a motion. A few weeks later, Pops came to me with shocking news.
I just got a call that the Hamptons are ready to give the planetarium back, along with $1 million.
What? That's amazing! But how? He handed me an anonymous letter that had all the details about exactly what had happened and how Noah had manipulated the situation. It was easy to guess who it was when I saw the handwriting. Henry. I called his office and his assistant told me that he'd left for Korea a week back. I'd lost him. When Pop saw me sulking later that night, he walked over and I told him everything.
Go. Tell him how you feel.
I hugged him and left for the airport. I reached Henry's grandmother's house and found him sitting on a bench in the grass. This view is so much better than your fancy office.
Rose, what are you doing here?
I got your letter. I just wanted to say thank you.
You came all this way to say thank you? That's not wise.
Wait. You're weird, stubborn, and a complete jerk.
Are you trying to insult me?
No, idiot. I'm trying to say I love you.
I love you too.
My twin sister Brooke and I were born to a single mother, and we were the prettiest set of twins with gorgeous blonde hair. Oh dear. I've always wanted a daughter, but each time God gave me these good-for-nothing devils. How about you give me one of your girls? Just then, I bit the woman on the hand, and she ran for her life. Brooke, how many times have I told you not to be so violent? I'm Brooke, Mommy. Ashlyn. Mom was shocked because usually Brooke was the one with the nasty temper, and I was the well-behaved child, but I just couldn't help it. People always tried to take us away because of our super long hair, which even Mom thought was going to make us super famous one day. But I wasn't very fond of the whole famous thing. I was a studious kid and I loved books, and Brooke was the polar opposite of me. Everyone at school was her friend, and she was head of the drama club with a huge fan following. In the 6th grade, I topped my grades, and Mom took us to a fun fair as a treat. But on our way, she bumped into a friend, and while I checked out the stalls, Brooke went on to buy some ice cream. But minutes later, I heard her scream. I ran to check, and some guy was fighting with her over the last piece of ice cream flavor they both wanted. I was here first. Let go, you crazy witch. Hey, leave my sister alone. Give it to me now, or both of you will go home crying. Suddenly, Brooke took the ice cream and shoved it into his face, and the guy went bonkers. He took out the biggest ball of gum I had ever seen and shoved it straight into the back of Brooke's head. OMG! I kicked him in his knee and he fell into the pig pen in the petting zoo. But now, Brooke's head looked like a bird's nest, and Mom almost fainted when she saw Brooke. She immediately took her to the hairdresser, but even the hairdresser freaked out when she saw the giant mess. There is no way we can remove this. We'll have to cut it all. What? No! But since there was no other option, They gave Brooke a buzz cut, and she looked devastated. The entire way home, I tried to cheer her up. It's just hair, Brooke. It'll grow back in no time. But she didn't say a word, and when we reached home, she ran up to her room and locked herself in. So I tried different ways to cheer her up this time. I baked your favorite cookies, Brooke. Open up. I asked Mom to buy tickets for the BTS concert, and she agreed. I'm gonna be a mom, Brooke. And that's when she finally opened up. God, you're so dramatic. So are you. Could it be we're related? Days later, when the school reopened for the new session, I made Brooke wear a wig. But since it was summer, Brooke kept scratching her head like crazy the entire time. Oh, God, please stay away from me. I think she has lice. How dare you even say that? She does not have lice. Right then, the boy sitting behind Brooke noticed her wig coming off, and he pulled it off. Oh, God, she's a baldy. Wow, we can finally tell Brooke and Ashlyn apart. The pretty-haired one is Ashlyn, and the bald one is Brooke. All the kids burst out laughing, and Brooke looked furious. She jumped on the kid who pulled her wig and grabbed his hair until he let out screams. The teacher pulled her away and was about to send her to the principal when I begged her to let it go. And thankfully, Brooke got away with a warning. But the next morning when Brooke came down, Mom and I were shocked. Did you forget your wig, sweetie? Everyone knows what I look like now, Mom, and it makes me itch. Come on, honey. You wouldn't want to go out of the house looking like an egg. Mom, I think you look cool, Brooke. Whatever. I don't need your approval. Huh? What was that about? At school, I warned all the kids to not mess with my sister, but it seems like Brooke didn't care about it anyway. Then one time, I was in the school's hallway when Brooke's drama club members came up to me. Ashlyn, Brooke left the club, but we really need a pretty girl lead for the play. Can you take the role, please? Please? They kept begging me to replace Brooke and didn't leave until I said yes. But just then, a boy walked past me and I dropped all my books. Hey, watch it, dude. But when he turned around, I was shocked to see it was Brooke. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see it was you. Yeah, that's the thing, Ash. Saying that, she just turned around angrily and walked away, and I felt so stupid for not recognizing her. After that day, something changed in Brooke, and she started to talk to me less and less. And Mom only made things worse. Every time we'd go out, she'd made Brooke wear a cap. A few weeks later, when we got home from school, Mom was screaming with joy. Oh, honey, I have great news. Some weeks back, I had sent Brooke's photos to a company that was looking for a new model, and guess what? They selected her! For the first time in ages, I saw a huge smile on Brooke's face. And then Mom said, but now Ashlyn will have to play the part. What? What are you saying, Mom? Mom told us that the company wanted to use a model for their new hair products. And since Brooke had lost her hair, my natural hip-length blonde hair made me perfect for the part. Just then, Brooke took a vase on the table and smashed it to the ground. How can you do this to me? Those were my pictures. I was the one who got selected. She cannot take my place. But what can we do if your hair won't grow back? It's been like that for months now, and God knows if it's ever going to grow back. Listening to Mom's words, Brooke ran to her room crying, and I told Mom I was not gonna do it. Oh, Ash, I wish I'd never have to tell you this, but things are really tough at work for me right now. They might even fire me. And I'm so worried about how I'm going to take care of my girls. Seeing Mom so stressed, I had to say yes to the offer. But now, Brooke was super mad at me, especially after Mom took her to the doctor and we discovered that her hair growth rate had slowed down drastically for some reason. That's why her hair was taking so long to grow back. Later that night when I was sleeping, I felt someone pulling my hair, and when I opened my eyes, I saw it was Brooke, trying to cut it off. OMG, Brooke, are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy, and now I'm going to turn you into me. Luckily, Mom came in just then and pulled her away. She scolded Brooke real hard, and after that day, Brooke stopped talking to me. The next week, Mom took me to the audition, and when I got the part, we had to fly to Los Angeles for the whole year. But Brooke was not happy about moving at all. I don't understand why we have to leave everything behind just because of her. Why can't you be happy for your sister, Brooke? This is a huge deal. And honestly, it's not like you have a lot of friends here. You could use a fresh start too. Despite Brooke's protests, we moved to LA. The campaign I did became a huge success in no time, and my ads were everywhere, on buses, on billboards, and on TV. By the time I turned 15, I had a huge portfolio of modeling work, and Mom had become my manager. And she decided to enroll me into a private school. Honey, you're a celebrity now. Your safety and education has to come first. I was more than excited to finally have proper schooling after all these years of modeling, and I asked Mom to enroll Brooke with me too. But as soon as we entered our new school, kids came running at me to take autographs and selfies, and they'd follow me everywhere I go. And I just hated it. But there was someone who loved seeing me so miserable. Brooke. Over the years, I tried to include her in everything I did. I would even get designer dresses for her to join me on the red carpet, but she'd just toss them away in the trash. What is wrong with you, Brooke? I got the dress specially made for you. I don't need your charity, Ash, especially when everything you are right now is because of me. I hated the bitterness Brooke had in her heart for me, and I wished I could just remove that. Don't you worry about her, sweetheart. You have no time for her jealousy. You just focus on your work. Time went by, and Brooke grew confident in her own look and joined a local modeling agency. And I decided I was going to leave the world of fame and finally focus on my studies. But the same day, Mom told me that I'd been cast as the lead for a huge movie. But Mom, I told you I didn't... Oh, honey, this is the last time, I promise. It's just that I made an agreement, and now if you say no, we'll have to pay a huge sum of money for canceling it. Okay, but it's the last time. A few days later, we had the announcement party for the movie, and Mom was taking me shopping for it when a card fell from her bag. It was an invitation card for Brooke's first play at the theater where she was playing the lead role. Mom, we should definitely go to cheer Brooke on. This will mean so much to her. It's the same day as the announcement party of your movie, and that's more important. But I totally disagreed. I left Mom at the movie party and slipped off to see Brooke's performance, and she was awesome. I didn't find her in the dressing room, but I left flowers for her and left. My movie started shooting soon after, and I was a bit starstruck when I met the male lead actor, Tom. He was a super famous movie star at the age of just 20. And he had a huge fan following, but he was really nice and instantly made me comfortable. And over the course of the shooting, we became really good friends. On my 18th birthday, Tom even surprised me with a cake and congratulated me. But just then, I noticed Brooke outside my dressing room. I stepped out to see her, but she was already gone. And then, I didn't see her the entire day. But the next morning, I woke up to the worst nightmare of an actor. My phone was buzzing like crazy, and pictures of me hugging Tom and rumors of our link-up were all over the news. But there was no way anyone from the set could have leaked those pictures. And that's when I remembered seeing Brooke on the set the day before. Holy freaks! I couldn't believe she'd stooped so low. Later, when I came out of the house, there were paparazzi everywhere, and I had to disguise myself to go for the shoot. When I reached the set, we were about to start shooting when Tom's girlfriend came on set and threw the newspapers in my face. You homewrecker. How dare you try to steal my boyfriend, you ugly-faced lizard. I didn't steal anyone. It's all fake news. Babe, can you please calm down? But she didn't calm down and tried to attack me. Just then, Brooke came from behind and dumped a slushie on that witch's head, and security pulled her away for trying to create chaos on the set. Brooke, what are you doing here after ruining my reputation? What? What are you talking about? Oh, stop it. I saw you at the set yesterday, and I know you're the one who sent my pictures with Tom to the media. Have you completely lost it? I wasn't the one who did it. It was Mom. What the freaking Funyuns? Mom was the one who sent your pictures to the media. I heard her talking on the phone this morning. That's what I just came here to tell you. But I saw you on the set last night. 'Cause it was our birthday, dummy. You came to see my play even when you had a huge movie party, and it meant a lot to me. So I thought I'd repay the favor by visiting you, but as soon as I reached here, I received an important call and I had to go back. But that wasn't all. Brooke told me she had doubts that Mom had been up to no good. And when we investigated it, we found out that Mom had been stealing from me and filling her bank accounts. Holy freak! She was a blood-sucking mosquito. The next day, Mom came screaming with joy at us. I've got the best news, Ash. I signed you up for 3 more movies, and we're gonna be super rich now. So, that's why you sent my pictures to the media? What? Who told you that? And even if I did, look at the bright side. All that publicity and dating rumors with the superstar have got you 3 more movies. But you sold your own daughter for money. Shut up, Brooke. Enough, Mom. We are not kids anymore whom you can manipulate so easily. Yeah, you broke our trust and stole from your own child. You're the worst lying butt manipulator that I've ever seen in my life. Oh, no, don't say that, Ash. I did everything for you guys. You're a liar, Mom. You did everything for yourself. And that's why I have canceled all your contracts and removed you from my manager's position. No, you can't do that. Guess what? We already did. Suddenly, Mom completely lost it and tried to attack me. But thankfully, Brooke had called security and the cops, and they took her away. I'm so sorry, Ash. I always thought you were a bad person and always blamed you for everything. But Mom was the real devil and played with us as she wished. It's all right, Brooke. You have nothing to apologize for. But yeah, I don't think I can continue to shoot this stupid movie. How about you take my place in it? Really? You mean it? Of course. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone. Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down. Oh God, stop. Are you gonna kill me? What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him. I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back. I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone. I left it at the hotel. Gosh, he was such a handful. Take me with you. What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh. I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl. Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online, and that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she? You want to know her and not me? Ah, fine. She's a family friend, but why? Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances?
The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me.
Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter?
I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice.
If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love.
But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself?
I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine.
Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the U.S., I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well.
Oh, yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard.
Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl.
I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep.
You, get away from him.
I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend.
Then why was she clicking your pictures like that?
Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time?
Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it.
But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that?
It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom, and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart. But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe. I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, You don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit, too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my God, what's wrong? I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know? Okay. And is the girly scream part of the training too? Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill. Makes sense. You want to get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town.
Come on, you can't finish a burger? Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face.
And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the?
Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you.
He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known?
Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot?
Why didn't you say something then?
I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar.
Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine.
Huh? What necklace?
I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it.
Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was.
But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine.
Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you.
Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand.
Where did you get this from?
It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears.
Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive.
She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China.
Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me.
So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake.
Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her.
Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me.
I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years.
I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh dear. Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard? Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life. Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out? I'll have to think about it.
I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret. That's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle, and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute, too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both? Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls.
Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. So I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's, and then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey, jerk, you pushed me. That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway? Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years. Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties. Cooties aren't real. Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash. Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention. Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive! Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying. Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom. Hey, subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else. You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this. Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1. Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side, and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me, and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge? Then the principal sent me to detention. And by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Ah! Here you go. As fresh as a daisy. I was working. I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted, while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace! We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kinda sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, 'cause I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guests of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling? Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a base and hurled it at a guard and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad off to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited to join the super secret agent training program. I delivered his invitation myself.
So now that you've been a hero, what's next?
I think I want to finish high school here.
I knew it. You love me. You can't resist my pecs. Or is it that my brave heart or fearless spirit? If I was a 10 before, what does that make me now? 20?
I'd give you a solid 4.
What?
I'm kidding.
Sheesh, you had me worried.
Then I pulled Nate close and kissed him.
I was born in the Shoshone tribe. My father was the chief. The day I was born, a big eagle flew by near my mom. She had thought the eagle would hurt her, but it didn't. The people of the tribe saw it as an omen of me being special and gave me a name that meant bird woman. But in my tribe, I was called Sacagawea. Since I was born a little before I was meant to, the entire tribe was pretty disappointed seeing how small and fragile I was. Your child, she is destined to reach great heights, go places, be invincible. You really think so? But she is small and weak. Don't underestimate her, for when she is older, she will move mountains. Well, she was right. I don't know about moving mountains, but as I grew up, I wasn't weak and fragile anymore. Actually, I was kind of a wild child. I would spend hours playing in the forest, riding horses, and just exploring the outdoors. I was fearless and brave, and I knew one day I'd make my tribe proud of me. But there was one tiny problem. I was afraid of heights. All my friends would be climbing trees and rocks, and it would always scare me. I didn't really mind. I knew I could do so many other things. But a girl, Redfeather, who was from another tribe, always made it a point to tease me about it. I knew why. It was because she had a big fat crush on my best friend, Miko, and hated that he cared so much for me.
What kind of bird woman are you if you can't even climb a tree? Look, Miko, I can climb so high.
So what? Sacagawea can ride a horse.
backwards. She can catch a fish with just her hands, and she's not a show-off like you, Redfeather.
What do you even see in her? He just told you. Strength, ability, class. Now shoo off before I whoop your butt. You wouldn't dare.
Oh, but I dared. In seconds, Redfeather and I were tangled like two wrestlers, but I instantly let her go when I saw my dad coming. He had told me so many times not to argue with Redfeather. Her tribe was always looking to get into a fight with ours. Once I was home, I got the lecture of a lifetime, and even though I tried to tell Dad how that witch had started it, he just wouldn't listen. Frustrated, I left the tent and sat near the river. Angry at Dad? No, not at all. I'm angry at myself for not being brave enough to climb a tree. If I could, I would have proved, hey, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Got it? And who said you aren't brave? My love, you are the bravest girl I know. You can definitely do anything you set your mind to. Here, it's time for you to have this. Mom, why are you giving this to me? It's the most precious thing you have. No, you are my most precious thing. Saying that, she hugged me tight. After that day, I tried to steer clear of Redfeather. The girl was nothing but trouble. But one day, as Miko and I were hanging out near the big waterfall, the witch came and yanked my necklace. Give it back. Now. Redfeather, I swear I'll... But before I could even finish my sentence, the witch gave me a smirk and dropped Mom's necklace down into the waterfall. I felt my blood run cold, and even though I was scared of heights, I did the unthinkable. I jumped. I felt like I was flying, and in the water, I managed to reach the necklace. When I got back up, Redfeather, Miko, and everyone else were in awe. Redfeather's dad came and made her apologize to me. From that day forward, I was known as the brave bird woman who could do anything. I had made my mark, and I was so proud of myself. A few years later, my dad announced Miko and my wedding, and I couldn't be happier. Our wedding was going to be the biggest event in the tribe, and everyone was preparing for it. Even Redfeather, who had been surprisingly friendly since the necklace incident, was helping out with the decorations. One night, Redfeather asked me to meet her by the waterfall. I was a little hesitant, but I thought maybe she wanted to apologize for her past behavior. I was wrong. As I approached the waterfall, I saw several men standing in the shadows. Redfeather stepped out of the darkness and smiled at me. What's happening? Who are these people? I can't let you marry Miko. Take her away. Before I could say anything else, the men dragged me away and everything went dark. When I finally opened my eyes, I was in a carriage. Where am I? Where are you taking me? I am the daughter of the Shoshone chief. When my dad finds out about you, he'll have you punished. And who's gonna tell him, princess? You are far away from home. You'll never get back home. Hearing his words made my heart sink, and I clutched onto Mom's necklace. It was the only thing I had from home. We had been on the road for 7 days when one night I heard noises. There were so many people fighting. The caravan was being attacked. I was so scared. I had no idea what was happening. But then I heard a voice that spoke in a different language. It was a Frenchman. He and his soldiers had attacked the caravan and freed me. They kept talking, but I didn't understand a word. And when I spoke, they didn't understand my language either. But even with the language barrier, I knew they meant well. I didn't know how to get back home. So one of the soldiers found a nice family who adopted me and taught me their language. I was so thankful to them and all the help they gave me. Years passed, and I missed home terribly. Unfortunately, we had traveled too far in an unknown direction, so I didn't know my way back. When I turned 18, I got married to a Frenchman, and just when I had my son, my husband left me. I was disappointed. As a little girl, I had thought I would go places, have a life filled with adventure, make my tribe proud. But everything had gone so wrong. But things changed when one day, 2 men, Lewis and Clark, came to my town. They had heard about me and wanted to know if I could help them find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
Sacagawea, we heard you used to be from the Shoshone tribe. We need your help to find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
I'm not sure I can help you. I've been away from my home for many years.
You don't need to worry. We have maps and guides to help you. We just need your help to navigate the terrain and communicate with the locals.
That sounds like a lot of work. Why should I take up the offer?
Because we're headed west. This might be your chance to get home.
What? All right, I'll do it. I was so excited to be joining the expedition in April of 1805 with my newborn son tied to my back on a sling, ready to set off on the adventure of a lifetime. As we made our way along the river, I helped out in any way I could. I showed the men how to find edible roots and plants, and how to identify which ones were not safe to eat. Everyone was amazed at how much I knew, and some even joked about me being the team's official hunter. It was everything my mom had taught me. We had been traveling for months, and Lewis and Clark were always friendly to me. I realized how important the mission was for them. One day, as we were crossing a river, our boat capsized.
Oh my God! Our documents and supplies! All our hard work will be gone!
Quickly, I jumped into action and was able to save most of the supplies and important documents.
Sacagawea! That was amazing! Oh, thank you so much for saving these. I owe you. For life.
It's no big deal. I'm here to help, aren't I?
That you are. But your bravery needs a reward.
I had thought they'd give me some coins as a reward, but when they named the river after me, I was speechless. Wow, I am so honored.
Just promise us you're gonna stick around with us till the end, because I know for sure we can't finish this journey without you.
I promise, I will. Our journey continued for months, and when it was summer, we stepped into a land that was familiar. I ran into the forest, and when I saw the waterfall at the end, I felt like my heart stopped. I was home. It was the land of the Shoshones. I was ecstatic. When I walked into the chief's teepee with Lewis and Clark, I was stunned to see the new chief. It was Miko.
Sacagawea? Is it really you?
Yes, it's me.
But how is this possible? We thought you were lost forever.
I was taken away by some men and adopted by a nice family. Miko was filled with joy, and tears of happiness rolled down his face. He then asked Lewis and Clark to give us some alone time. He called my mom and dad, and the moment they saw me, they hugged me tight.
Sacagawea, I can't believe my eyes. I am so happy to see you here.
Me too. I missed my family and my tribe so much. We never knew what happened to you. We searched for you for months and months. It was then the hatred I had for Redfeather came back, and I told Miko, Mom, and Dad everything. Miko had his guards bring in Redfeather from her tribe along with her father. The moment Redfeather saw me, her face went pale and she fell on her knees in front of me. You witch! I knew you were jealous of me, but how could you stoop so low? Sacagawea, I am so sorry for all the wrong I have done to you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I wanted to tell her no, and how could she even ask for me to forgive her? But just then, Miko declared that Redfeather would be kicked out of her tribe, or else the peace pact between our tribe and hers would be broken. To my surprise, Redfeather's father didn't hesitate a bit and agreed.
I apologize for what my daughter did to you. I'm ashamed of her.
It was her doing. You don't have to apologize for her. Once Redfeather left, Miko and my parents asked me to stay in the tribe, but I just couldn't. I had made a promise to Lewis and Clark. While my parents agreed to let me go, Miko was making it hard.
You just came back. You can't leave now. Please, Sacagawea, stay.
I will, Miko. I give you my word. Once the journey is finished, I'll come back here, to the tribe, to you. Reluctantly, Miko let me go, and I accompanied Lewis and Clark on the rest of their journey. We continued on our travels, but one day, something horrible happened. As we were passing through a thick forest, an arrow hit a tree just inches from Lewis. I was so scared and desperately wanted to help my group. I quickly grabbed my bow and arrow and ran towards the attackers. I was determined to protect Lewis and Clark, and I started shooting arrows at the attackers. One of the attackers stopped, and seeing a native woman protecting the European men, he called off the attack.
You are with them?
Yes, I am. They come in peace. Please, let us pass.
Everything has a price. Give us something. Perhaps the necklace around your neck.
Will you let us pass if I give it to you?
Yes.
With a heavy heart, I took off my mom's necklace and handed it to the man, and the attackers left, and I ran to Lewis and Clark. I was so relieved that no one got seriously hurt.
Sacagawea, Why did you give your necklace? I know what it means to you. It was precious to you.
For me, my friends are more precious. Your safety means everything to me. I just did what I had to do.
No, you did more than that. You saved us all.
I felt so proud of myself. Finally, I had done something that my parents and the tribe could be proud of. We continued our journey and finally made it. After months of traveling, here I was, standing by the Pacific Ocean. I felt like I was in a dream. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the smell of the salt in the air, and the feeling of sand between my toes. It was breathtaking. I couldn't believe I was here. I had been on this journey for so long, and now I was standing at the edge of the world. I realized in that moment how much I had grown. I had gone from a scared little girl who was afraid of heights to a brave and fearless woman who had gone on an amazing journey. We stayed for a month, and when it was time to return, Lewis and Clark asked me to come with them on another expedition. I really wanted to because I loved adventure, but I had other plans. When I returned home, the first thing I asked was where Miko was, and my parents told me that every morning he sat by the waterfall. So I snuck up to him and hugged him, and we both ended up in the water.
Oh my God, you came.
I promised, remember? Saying that, I kissed him, and it felt so right, like I was finally where I belong, finally home. Today, there are more statues in the United States dedicated to me than any other American woman. I'm remembered now as a hero and as a symbol of courage, strength, and peace for safely guiding the expedition to the Pacific Ocean. My story continues to inspire and remind people that no matter who you are or where you come from, you can always make a difference. I woke up in a cold sweat as I heard a pack of wolves howling outside. Seconds later, the cackling hyenas joined in, and then I heard the blood-chilling roar of a lion. I was surrounded. I walked over to my window, opened it, and yelled, "Be quiet and let me sleep, you buffoons! Do you want me to look like a raccoon in the morning?" Wow, it actually worked. They don't always listen to me. And yeah, I said the whole waking up in a cold sweat thing for dramatic effect. I'm a melodramatic girl. You see, I am surrounded by wild animals, but they're all in cages. And I live inside a zoo. Now please go away. I'll tell you the rest of my story in the morning. So yeah, I really did grow up in a cottage inside the zoo, since my parents were the zookeepers. And I know I called the animals buffoons earlier, but I didn't mean it. It's like when you call your siblings morons, but you still love them, right? The animals were my first playmates, so naturally, I couldn't quit horsing around, even in school. Listen, I can howl like a wolf. Ow! Tina, can you stop making animal sounds? You're disturbing the whole class. At least I'm not putting them to sleep. I heard that, young lady. You're staying back in recess to reflect on your behavior. The only thing I reflected on was how to prank my teacher. So the next day, when she opened her desk drawer, a tarantula casually walked out and then jumped on her arm. She screamed and flapped her arms around like a rabid chicken, then tripped on her chair and fell on her butt. Needless to say, I ended up in detention. And that's where I first talked to the dreamboat in my class, aka Eric. Okay, yeah, he's only 11 here, but you could tell even then that this kid's gonna grow up to be a hunk. And he already had a bad boy reputation. I'd seen kids giving up their lunch money to him, carrying his bag, and even cleaning his shoes. Rumor had it that a kid who pissed off Eric woke up in a garbage dump the next day, and he had no memory of how he got there. But Eric seemed to be utterly fascinated by me, or maybe all the animals I could play with at the zoo. The point is, he was nice to me, and that was all I needed to consider him my first human friend. Can you really pet the crocodiles? Don't they bite? Nope, they love me. Well, the alligators do, but they're kind of the same, right? Potato, potato. Newsflash, they're not the same, but that's a discovery I made later. Can you sneak me in tomorrow? I want to play with them. I'll have to think about it. I can pay you. Deal. I was so excited to have Eric over, and even my parents were happy to see me with a two-legged creature for once. All right, kids, your mom and I have some things to do, but feel free to roam around the zoo and don't get into any trouble. You sure you don't want me to take you around? Dad, we don't need a babysitter. We'll be just fine. Be cool, man. Be cool. Once they left, Eric turned to me. Did you get the keys? Yep. My dad had keys to all the enclosures, and I'd taken the key for the crocodile one so Eric could see them up close and personal. Now all we have to do is not get caught by the cameras. Wait, there are cameras? Yep, but I know where they are. Come on, we just need to sneak past them using their blind spots.
Do you do this often?
Yeah, I love feeling like a spy.
Okay.
I was definitely impressing Eric a lot. I could already see it. Me and Eric, prom king and queen in high school. Soon, we were standing inside the enclosure, only a few feet away from the crocodiles. Up close, they looked a lot bigger than I'd thought. I told you, I've only played with alligators before. And wow, these creatures could swim fast. And they were coming right at us.
They look hungry.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't pet them.
Ah! Look at that one! He's gonna eat me!
Eric screamed and started running frantically, and I was right behind him. Then he tripped over a twig. I crashed into him, and we both fell on our faces, and the crocodile was hot on her tail. Just then, I noticed a mirror on the ground next to Eric. I held it up and caught the sunlight, sending a blinding flash into the crocodile's eyes. It got confused for a bit as we scrambled to our feet and ran out. I locked the enclosure quickly, and Eric dropped to his knees.
Oh God. That was the worst day of my life.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, think of how I saved your life with my quick wit and fearless spirit. Why do you carry a mirror around, though?
To see my beautiful face, which that crocodile would have destroyed in a second. You're horrible.
What? I'm amazing. I'm your hero, Eric. But he just couldn't stop hyperventilating. My parents found us, and when they discovered what had happened, they dropped Eric at home, and I was forbidden from ever having friends over again. Eric's mom, the school principal, tried pressing charges, but since we'd avoided all those cameras, there was no proof I'd let him into the crocodile enclosure. But Eric did stop talking to me, which hurt. In case you haven't figured it out, I have a crush on this guy, okay? Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. However, taking Eric to the zoo did give me a rather cool business idea. I had access to stuff most people didn't, and I could use that to make money. Here, a photo of the new lion cub. It's totally exclusive. The public hasn't seen it yet. And you ordered a skin from the rarest snake, right? It wasn't easy to get, so that'll be $200. As if I'd ever hurt my beautiful, slithery friends. No, this Tracy is some rich psycho who wants snakeskin bags, and I told her I'd get her the real deal. But this skin is as fake as her face. All right, she's actually very pretty naturally. Love that for her. My business went well for about a week, till it was cut short by the principal, who still hated me for putting her precious baby in danger.
You cannot bring anything like that to sell in the school from now on. You better start acting like other normal girls your age. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The other normal girls were the ones asking me for pictures and snakeskins. You only sell something if there's a demand for it. Economics 101, people. But the worst part was that my parents agreed with her and grounded me.
You really should start acting less like a wild child, Tina. No going out to play with the animals until you cool down a little.
Seriously?
Watch your tongue, young lady.
Okay, gotcha. And I stuck up my tongue and watched it. Mom was not amused. As time passed, we all slowly forgot about my reckless past. With my 16th birthday coming up, I wanted to do something fun that my class would remember. Okay, I don't really care about the rest of the class. It's just that my prediction had come true, and Eric had become hot. He was now your typical bad boy. Hair slicked back with gel? Check. Top shirt buttons always open? Check. Look super cool chewing gum? Check. Flirting with every girl? Except me, of course. Check. I couldn't invite him alone, obviously, so I had to invite the rest too, and maybe he'd accept. But first, I had to get him to stop hating me. I Googled some tips on how to attract a bad boy. I swear, the internet is a wonderful place. Number 1, make sure you stand out. Bad boys like girls who don't blend in. Well, that one was already covered. I stuck out like a sore thumb. No one else dressed in tiger-striped t-shirts or giraffe print leggings or laughed like a hyena. Number 2, say something brief that would catch the guy's attention, then smile mysteriously and walk away to keep him wondering what you were talking about. So one day, I joined Eric and his friends for lunch and sat right opposite him. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Tina.
I had a dream about you last night.
Oh yeah? Were you feeding me to the crocodiles?
I smiled mysteriously and then walked away. Wait a minute. I think that just made me look like a psychopath. Ugh. Number 3, don't let a bad boy know you're intimidated by him. Think of it like coming face to face with a bear. The second you show fear, you'll be destroyed. One day, I was putting stuff in my locker, and suddenly, I found Eric beside me.
Hey, sorry I was snappy before. So, you want to tell me more about your dream?
Well, you're not the boss of me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll dream about you if I like, and I'll tell you if I want to. Then I stomped on his foot and walked off. What the heck was I even doing? He was showing interest in you, you buffoon. The stupid internet has messed up my judgment. Okay, at least he'd tried talking to me himself. Maybe I'd just give him the birthday invitation and he'd accept it now. But the next day, as I was taking the invitations out of my locker, I dropped a few and turned around to find Tracy picking one up. Yeah, that's Snakeskin Tracy. And yeah, she's even prettier now and has a huge Instagram following thanks to her pretty face. So happy for her. Oh, what's this? A birthday party at the zoo? Yeah, it's gonna be a banger. I know the zoo like the back of my hand, and I can show everyone the exclusive spots. And why would we hang out with you? You're the girl who nearly got my boyfriend killed. Huh? Who's your boyfriend? Eric, you dummy. How many boys have you nearly killed in the zoo? Ugh, I couldn't believe Tracy was dating Eric. I couldn't stand her. You know, a little birdie told me that you're obsessed with wolves, and one of them just had the cutest, fluffiest baby. Wouldn't you like to pet a wolf puppy, Tracy? Take a picture for Insta, maybe? Now we're talking, girl. Okay, deal. I'll come to your party, and you arrange the baby wolf meeting. Nuh-uh, not so fast. I'll make it happen if you break up with Eric and you pay me $100. What? But I love him. Can't help you then. Bye. Okay, fine. Consider it done. Here's the money, too. Yeah, I wasn't the nicest back then, but seriously, how sincere could her love be if she broke up with him for a picture? I gave Eric the invitation the next day, and we even started hanging out. At this rate, we'd be girlfriend and boyfriend by my birthday. However, there was just one teeny tiny issue. I might have forgotten to ask my parents' permission for the party.
No way. You can't have 20 people over at the zoo. Not after last time.
But that was 5 years ago.
I know, but I still worry. If something happened, it could cost me my job.
But I won't do anything stupid, I promise. It took my parents 5 whole days to give in, but finally they did, and I made sure everyone was familiar with the rules beforehand. No interaction with the animals without my supervision, and of course, they had to bring me presents. Before I knew it, the day of the party had arrived. I had a balloon arch and a huge cake smack in the middle of the zoo, and everyone turned up. Of course, I only wanted Eric, but I wasn't complaining about the pile of presents. I'm so happy you guys could all make it. Because of what happened many years ago, we can't go inside any enclosures, but I'll be giving you a tour of the zoo once everyone's done eating. Now dig in! I was cutting up the biggest slice of cake for Eric when Tracy suddenly pinched my arm. When will I get my pictures with the wolf pup, Tina? Shh, don't announce it. Then everyone will want pictures. I have the key to the enclosure right here in my pocket. I'll take you when I have time. Tracy huffed off to sulk in some corner, and I let her. I was enjoying messing around with her. Oh, also, the keys I had, they were for the harmless mountain goats enclosure. I wasn't gonna repeat past mistakes and put anyone in any real danger, duh. But some 10 minutes later, we heard high-pitched screams, and then Tracy came running like a mad woman. Save me from the freaking goat! Help me! Right behind her, a goat came charging in and slammed right into the food table. The kids screamed and all ran away, including Eric. It was just me and the goat left, and boy, she did not look happy. Come on, Butthead, you know me. I named you Butthead, remember? No? Nothing? Bah, bah. See? I'm your sister. Bah! It wasn't working. Butthead was stomping her foot, ready to charge me. My legs felt frozen, and I really thought that this would be my end, when suddenly...
Hey, you, goat, get away from her. Hey, pay attention to me.
A boy with glasses I'd never seen before was standing a few meters from me, and he was whistling to Butthead and pulling faces at her. Are you crazy?
Don't worry about me. I got this. Just run.
I didn't need to be told twice. I ran as fast as I could back to my house. All my guests had left, and my parents were waiting for me, looking furious. We found Butthead back in her enclosure, and the mysterious boy was nowhere to be seen. I had no idea how he'd snuck in or out, but he'd certainly saved my life. Other than that, things were pretty bleak. Yes, she gave me the key. First, she charged me for a wolf picture, then sent me to the mad goat's enclosure. I never gave you the key. You stole it from me. And I've never seen a goat behave like that before. You must have done something to make it so angry. Maybe it's just your face. You have that effect on some people. Trust me. But everyone was against me. Even Eric. Well, especially Eric.
You're such a weirdo, Tina. And all you do is put us in danger. Just stay away from us.
The zoo authorities reviewed the case, and they didn't fire my parents, but they told us we had to move out of there. I was banned for life. We moved into an apartment, and I spent the next week in my new room crying, and also very much grounded, before Dad came to me.
I think it's time for you to grow up a bit, Tina. This summer, we'll send you away to a camp where you can learn some discipline.
What? And well, that's how I got here. This place is boring. We sleep outside in tents, which are not comfortable, and all we do is study. Fine, sometimes we go swimming in the lake too, but mostly it's just annoying. To make it worse, Tracy was there too. Don't go near Tina. She grew up with animals and has their diseases. She might bite. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Thanks to Tracy, most people chose to stay away from me, and it was lonely. But one good thing about being here was that I had plenty of time to read about animals, which was nice. I'd always been too busy playing with animals to read about them before. I might even become a vet after this. One day, she was poking fun at me again, and I kept trying to ignore her.
So, how does it feel to be kicked out of the zoo? Do you miss your four-legged brothers and sisters? Do you miss the stink of animal poop? Do you even know what fresh air smells like?
Hey, knock it off and leave her alone.
That voice was so familiar, and I turned around to see the mysterious boy from the zoo. Wait, it's you. You saved me from the goat.
Yep, I'm Mason, by the way. I've been sneaking in and out of the zoo for ages. I just like hanging out around animals. And that day, I was just roaming around when I happened to see your friend Tracy here stealing the keys from your pocket. So I took some pictures.
You took pictures? You're right. You're lying.
They're right here on my phone, but it'll be $5 if you want to see them.
Why would I want to see them?
How will you know if I'm lying or not?
Ugh! Tracy paid up, and Mason really wasn't lying. I spoke to the camp leaders about how her lies had caused so much trouble for my family, and how she was harassing me even now, and Mason backed me up, and Tracy got kicked out. Mason and I became quick friends, and spent the summer together for the most part. He was really nice, and we could talk about animals all day. At the end of camp, I was kinda sad to know I wouldn't be seeing him every day. You see, I developed a small crush on Mason, even though he was a very good boy. I really have grown up. Promise to write to me every week?
I will.
And when I went back home, I also showed the pictures to my parents, and they apologized for not believing me before. Even my zoo privileges were reinstated, and I could visit anytime I wanted. Mom, Dad, I want to be a vet, and I think I want to change schools. I've looked up a few where they start vet courses in high school.
That sounds like a good idea, and it's a very fitting job for you, sweetheart.
Things were going well, except that Mason didn't really stay in touch, which made me kind of sad. I was both excited and nervous on my first day in my new school. I didn't know anyone, and I wasn't the best at making friends. Just then, someone came and sat next to me.
Hi, Tina.
Mason, hi! You're in my class?
Or you're in mine. Either way, we're both here. Listen, I meant to stay in touch, and things have just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it, but first, I really missed you.
I missed you too. Guess I didn't have to start from scratch after all.
I stomped my feet on the floor, pounded the walls with my fists, and let out my most glass-shattering scream.
Here she goes again, throwing another temper tantrum.
That was my dad, and that's me rolling around like a pig in mud. My dad was about to leave for another business trip, and I didn't want him to go. He was a wealthy, highly successful businessman and was constantly traveling the world to meet with new clients. But Dad, do you have to go?
Yes, someone has to pay for this mansion and all of your expensive things. Now get up off the floor. You don't see your sister throwing a tantrum, do you?
Yeah, Jenny. You look like one of those filthy goats we saw at the petting zoo. Aw, those goats were so cute. My big sister Clara gave me a disgusted look. She was a year older and always trying to make me look bad. And okay, maybe being on the floor wasn't helping my case. Growing up, my sister had always overshadowed me. When I was 6 and learned how to play the ukulele, Clara taught herself to play the violin. When I put on a puppet show for my parents with stuffed animals, Clara directed a whole play with actors and fancy sets and everything. One time when I was 12, the president and the first lady came to visit our house for dinner. It was a big deal. There were a bunch of reporters, and the staff prepared the house for weeks. My dad was so nervous that he started yelling at a servant.
This is gold cutlery. I told you to use silver. The first lady hates gold. Fix it now.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Are you stupid? When they walked away, I sneaked over to the servant, who was in tears. You're doing a great job. And then I slipped her a huge tip. I put on my best dress for dinner. I thought I looked cute, at least until I saw Clara. She looked like an absolute princess. At first, it made me feel invisible, but then I decided to be brave. When it came time to serve the soup, I jumped up. I got this. I was thrilled. Finally, a chance to make Mom and Dad proud. I walked gingerly to the First Lady, being extra careful, when suddenly a foot stuck out and tripped me. The soup went flying all over the First Lady and the President. Then a bunch of Secret Service guys tackled me like I was an assassin or something. That's when I noticed Clara pull her foot back under the table. She'd done it on purpose.
Go to your room.
It wasn't my fault. It was Clara. You're such an embarrassment. The news was on TV by midnight, and the next day my parents sent me off to a boarding school on the other side of the country. It was lonely at first. My family was treating me like a black sheep, even though I'd done nothing wrong. My dad made sure my bank account was full, but he never had time to visit or even talk. I decided I couldn't spend all my time being homesick. I was going to make something of myself here. I signed up for all the top activities, like horseback riding, water polo, and ballet. By the time I was 16, I was number 1 in all of them. I even ran for school president and won. Even though I was thriving, I didn't want to leave anything to chance. So I was always complimenting people and buying them gifts, even the teachers. I wanted people to like me, and it seemed to be working, with one exception, this boy, Josh. Josh worked in the stables taking care of the horses and seemed immune to my compliments. Hey, Josh, is that a new shirt? Looks nice.
It's old and covered in dirt. You don't have to try so hard to be liked, you know.
It was just a compliment, geez.
It was a fake compliment. You might have everyone else here fooled, but not me.
What was his problem? He did have gorgeous eyes, though. As he handed me the horse's reins, our hands touched. It was electric, an instant spark. But then he pulled away. How about I take you out for lunch at La Rosa? It's the fancy place by...
No, I don't need your bribes. Happy riding.
It wasn't a bribe, it was an invitation. But Josh had already walked away. With race day only a week away, I needed to focus on training. But as hard as I tried, my mind kept wandering back to Josh. Maybe the right gift would win him over. Hey, Josh, I saw these boots and thought of you.
Told you I don't want your bribes.
Do you even know what a bribe is? I'm not asking for anything in return.
Yeah, you are. You're asking me to like you.
So you admit you don't like me. What did I do to you?
I didn't say I didn't like you. I just don't know the real you.
At that moment, he leaned in close to me. Oh, my heart fluttered. Was he about to kiss me? But then he stretched past me to adjust the saddle. I totally knew that's what he was doing. Why would I even want Josh to like me? He was always dirty, smelled like a farm, and he was the least friendly person I knew besides my sister Clara. Maybe that's why. For all the success I'd had at this school, Josh was a reminder that back home I was no one special. On the day of the race, I was feeling nervous, but I stayed focused and came in first place. My parents hadn't visited me since I'd arrived, but part of me was still hoping to see them in the stands cheering me on. Of course, they weren't there, but to my surprise, Josh was.
Congrats!
I can't believe you came to support me. You do like me.
I was already here. It had nothing to do with you.
Liar. Josh smiled at me and butterflies danced in my stomach. As he walked away, I patted my horse Nessa on the neck. You hear that, girl? I think he likes us. The next day, me and Nessa were on the front page of a national newspaper. Not long after that, I got a FaceTime call from my dad. I was shocked. He normally just sent me emails.
Hey, honey, I wanted to let you know we're very proud of you. Feel free to mention my business the next time you talk to reporters.
Thanks, Dad. I will. Do you think you'll be able to come visit soon?
I'm afraid not. We're in Japan with your sister right now.
Japan?
Sorry, honey, but we'll definitely come when you try out for the Olympics team. That's the big one.
Just then, Clara's face appeared. Yeah, anyone can win a national race. An international race is the real challenge. That's not fair. I worked really hard. You've never won a national race.
We have to go, honey. We just got to the Hello Kitty store.
Then he hung up without even saying goodbye. I couldn't help it. I started to cry. And that's when Josh found me. Go ahead, make fun of me. You know you want to.
I never wanted to put you down. I just wanted you to be real. And it looks like you finally are.
Yep, real tears and snot here. As real as it gets.
Come on, I want to show you something.
Josh held out his hand. I felt a rush of warmth as I took it. Josh took me to the fields behind the school and showed me the foals running around. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. I approached the mom slowly so I wouldn't spook her.
Whoa. She doesn't like most people. Be careful.
Just then, the mom nuzzled her nose against my hand. Aw, you're just a big sweetie, aren't you, girl? I noticed Josh looking at me funny. What?
I just never realized how gentle you are.
After that day, Josh and I started hanging out more. He was strange and funny, and I loved how kind he was to animals. I was surprised to learn that he didn't actually go to our school.
No way my parents could ever afford that. They've been struggling with money, so I took this job to help out.
Josh, I'm so sorry.
Why? We're happy. I love working with horses. Sure, times are tough, but money isn't everything. They're amazing parents.
You're lucky. I mean, don't get me wrong, my parents are great. They're just not around much. But as the months went by, I started hearing from my parents more and more often. They even came to visit. I was winning races left and right, and the media nicknamed me the Jackie Barbie. I was on TV, magazine covers. My life was a whirlwind.
Honey, I thought you were going to mention my business during your interview today.
I did, didn't I?
Yes, but only once. We agreed on 4 times. Repetition sells.
Okay, I'll try harder next time. My favorite moments were the quiet ones, just me and Nessa, going for rides before sunsets, and my long talks with Josh in the stables. One day our hands touched, and I felt that same charge I did before, but this time Josh didn't pull away. He took my hand in his and leaned in, our lips nearly touching. Ew, are you seriously about to kiss the stable boy? Ugh, Clara's timing was the worst.
I have a name. It's Josh.
Oh, whatever you say, Josh. What are you doing here, Clara? Just wanted to remind you that you may think you're hot stuff now, but you're still the same old loser you've always been.
Sounds like you're jealous that Jenny is finally getting the spotlight instead of you.
Josh, that's not nice.
Are you seriously taking her side?
I just want everyone to get along. Is that so wrong? Clara rolled her eyes in disgust and left. I was hoping Josh might try to kiss me again, but he left too. At least Nessa was still on my side. You still like me, don't you, girl? Don't give me that look. Thankfully, Josh didn't stay mad at me for long. He even invited me over for dinner to meet his parents. Their house was tiny and chilly from a broken heater, but his parents were the sweetest. His mom made the best dumplings for dinner. Later that night, Josh showed me the hill where he loved to lay out and look at the stars.
One day, I'm going to have enough money to open stables of my own. I'll buy my parents a ranch, and it will be filled with horses and happy animals roaming free. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Not at all. I think it's a beautiful dream. Josh gazed into my eyes, and in that moment, we had our first kiss. I wish I could have stayed with him on that hill forever, but I had a race to win. Unfortunately, Nessa wasn't feeling well, and we only came in third.
3rd place? You won't get into the Olympics with a record like that.
Winning isn't everything, Dad. I'll have to take a break for a little while so Nessa can recover.
A break? Nonsense. She's just a dumb horse. You can replace her. This one looks healthy.
My dad patted another horse on the rump, and the horse neighed angrily and kicked her stall. My dad was so startled that he fell back into a pile of poop. I couldn't stop laughing.
Stupid animals. I'm leaving. Honey, we just want what's best for you, and the Olympics are a golden opportunity. I hope you do what's right.
I didn't like the idea of riding another horse, but I didn't want to let my parents down either, so I started training again.
The sound of swords clashing gave me chills. Sparks were flying, literally, and my heart was racing with every swing. The fencers moved like ninjas. Every hit was sharp, and every dodge was smooth. Oh, how I wish I could move like that. Unfortunately, I was built different. I'd been trying to pass the fencing team tryouts for a while now, but my coordination had other plans. I would just trip over air and smack my face with my practice sword. After the match, I suddenly remembered that I dropped my ID earlier near the backlot. Completely distracted, I headed there while replaying every flawless fencing move in my head. Suddenly, I tripped over a loose panel, stumbled forward like an idiot, and fell straight into an open excavation pit. I looked around frantically and checked my pockets for my phone, but I couldn't feel it. No, I must have dropped it earlier. Hello? Somebody, please, help me! I'm stuck here! But there was only silence. Eventually, I gave up and slumped down, feeling totally defeated. I must have cried myself to sleep, because when I opened my eyes again, all I saw was total darkness. I had no idea how long I'd been stuck down here. It was so cold, and I couldn't see a thing. Somebody, please, help. I looked up and noticed the faint blue glow of the moonlight spilling over the edge. It wasn't much, but somehow it felt comforting. Then suddenly, a girl's head slowly peered over the edge. Hey, could you help me out? Please, I've been trapped down here for hours and... I trailed off when I noticed her cold, crimson eyes glowing with an emotionless stare. Hi?
If you made it down, then the path upward exists as well. Whether you find it is up to you.
Right. Super inspiring. But maybe instead of a life lesson, you could toss down a rope? A ladder? A vine? A thread? Or a snakeskin? Seriously, I'll climb anything at this point. Hey, wait! Where are you going? I panicked when her head suddenly disappeared. Come back, please! At least toss down my phone. It fell out of my pocket up there, somewhere. But she didn't respond anymore. Unbelievable.
Just my luck to meet a weird and mysterious girl in the middle of the night. Suddenly, her head reappeared, and this time, she was casually holding my phone.
Are you referring to this?
Yes, that's mine! Please, if you're not gonna help me, just toss it down at least and—
If you want it, then climb.
Wait, what? I was at least 20 feet down. I can't! It's too high, and I have the strength of a baby!
Strength begins when you choose to reach for what seems unreachable.
Okay, I'll try! At first, I jumped weakly, but I felt so pathetic, so I hyped myself up and pushed harder, clawing my way up the dirt wall as if my life depended on it. Finally, with one last desperate lunge, I jumped higher than I ever thought possible, scaling the wall like Spider freaking man, and pulled myself over the top. Whoa! I did it? Wait, I actually did it! Somehow, this strange girl made me find strength I didn't even know I had. I stood up and finally faced my mysterious savior, her silver white hair standing out in the dim light. That was intense! Thanks for the motivation. What are you doing here at this hour, by the way? And what's your name? Then she turned to me, and my heart nearly stopped. Holy mother of hell! Up close, she didn't look real. She wasn't just beautiful. She was otherworldly.
This is one of the many reasons I never wished to visit here. But oh well, I suppose I had no choice.
What are you talking about? Where are you from? But she just ignored me and drifted off like a beautiful lantern. Hey, wait! Can you at least tell me your name? We turned a corner, and just like that, she was gone. I searched all over the school, but it was like she vanished into thin air. What if she was actually a ghost? The thought alone almost made me pee in my pants. I just kept thinking about her, even in class the next morning, and Belle must have noticed it.
$1 billion for your thoughts?
Huh? Oh, sorry, just spaced out. Belle had been my best friend since we were kids. We were next-door neighbors, survived high school together, and now we were in the same university, taking the same course like it was fate or something.
Come on, buddy, spill it. What's got you daydreaming so hard?
Well, yesterday I went back behind the school to look for my ID, and I met this mysterious girl. I was about to finish my story when the door suddenly burst open, and our professor finally arrived with a girl trailing behind. My jaw then dropped straight to the floor when I saw her familiar face. No freaking way! It was her!
Class, this is Sky, a transfer student. She will be joining us today, so please, make her feel welcome.
As expected, the other boys also lost their minds the second she walked in. They were practically drooling on their desks.
Sky, do you have anything you'd like to say to the class before we start our lecture?
I held my breath as she scanned the room like an emotionless queen.
I have little to say to those I have yet to understand, but I'll observe, and perhaps learn something worth remembering.
We were all dumbfounded by what she said. Believe it or not, but that's the girl I was just telling you about.
I see. She seems interesting.
Well, that was quite a speech, Sky. Thank you. You may take any empty seat you like.
Without a word, she walked straight down the aisle and sat right next to me. Hey, it's me. From last night. You know, the guy in the hole? But she just stared straight ahead, like I didn't even exist. And when the lecture finally started, she was completely locked in, silent, still, eyes focused on the presentation like they were battle strategies or something. Seriously, who is this girl? And where did she even come from? Later that day, I dragged Belle to the announcement board to check out the newest fencing team updates. Just then, a calm, serious voice spoke behind me.
How do I join this battle?
I turned and nearly jumped out of my skin when I realized it was Sky. Man, her ethereal presence gave me goosebumps. Battle? You mean the tryouts?
They're holding practice today, but you'll need to, sign up first. fill out some forms, maybe get a tetanus shot, probably wrestle with a few waivers, and...
Where's the gym?
She cut off Bella with a look that could end conversations in 46 different languages. We then pointed wordlessly down the hall, and she immediately walked away like a warrior headed for her next conquest.
Wait, girl, you can't just barge in. There's like a system.
We followed her, and by the time we reached the gym, practice had already started. Sky walked in like she belonged there, and one of the senior members stepped forward. Can we help you?
Who leads here?
I guess that'd be me, captain of the team. She approached the rack and picked up one of the practice foils, turning it slowly in her hand.
These weapons, they lack edge, but the balance is decent enough.
Those are regulation practice foils, kind of the point.
Then it will suffice.
You here to try out, or...?
I simply wish to test the limits of your strongest fighters, if you allow it.
There was a moment of awkward silence before the captain spoke again. All right, mysterious transfer girl, let's see what you've got. What the? Sky then turned to the rest of the team like nothing had happened.
Next.
2 more stepped in, then 3, 4, 5, 10. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, the whole gym started to feel colder. She moved like water with a blade, fluid, graceful, but dangerous. She was tripping, dodging, disarming, absolutely destroying everyone in her path. And it was mesmerizing. Every movement, purposeful. Every dodge, calculated. She never raised her voice, never taunted, just moved. Belle and I just stood there, frozen, totally speechless, after beating the final fencer with one clean move.
Well, that was quite insufficient.
And just like that, the entire gym went silent. Since then, some people started getting scared of her, while others just fell harder. Meanwhile, Belle started getting extra suspicious about her.
It's really weird. She just waltzed in and wrecked everyone like she was brushing lint off her shoulder.
I mean, maybe she's just really good?
She is, but there's something off about her vibe. She might be hiding something, and I'm gonna find out what.
Just because she looks like a Barbie doesn't mean she can't be that strong and skillful. She's literally so cool.
You have a crush on her, don't you?
What? No? I mean, she's really, really beautiful and...
Whatever.
It had been a while since she sulked like that, and it was cute.
You better stay away from her from now on, okay? I think she's dangerous.
I just nodded, but deep down, I wasn't scared of Sky at all. I was hooked. After that day, I started noticing her in every club and tournament. Polo, martial arts, taekwondo, even logic and strategy games. Anything competitive, anything that required skill, she joined and won every single time. But she never celebrated, never even smiled. It felt like watching a boss-level character trapped on beginner difficulty. Nothing here seemed to challenge her. One time during a swimming match, she moved through the water like it was part of her. Fluid, swift, unbothered. She was like a mermaid trained by the gods of war. No splash, no struggle, just pure, effortless power. Another time, I saw her watching a freshman student from the martial arts club, a shy girl who always kept to herself and stood in the back. Without a word, Sky walked over, gently adjusted the girl's stance, then stepped back and nodded once. The girl blinked, startled, then smiled like someone had finally seen her. Sky didn't say anything else. She just returned to her corner and resumed her own training. But that one gesture said everything. She wasn't just strong, she inspired strength in others. Who really are you, girl? One day, Belle came up to me and slapped a notebook on the table.
It's time to put on our detective hats. We follow her, subtly.
Define subtly.
These. Midnight Stealth Tint, limited edition. Put them on.
You are not serious.
I've never been more serious in my life, Eli.
And just like that, we became Sky's personal shadows. Day 1, Sky walked into the abandoned art wing and never came out. We waited for 53 minutes and found no exits, just a clay sculpture of what I think was a horse or maybe a giant oven. Day 2, she went to an aquarium and underwater zoo and had a staring contest with the sea creatures for 2 freaking hours as if they were besties or enemies. Day 3, we caught her standing under a flickering hallway light for a full 5 minutes, unmoving. She was just staring into the corner.
She's talking to the shadows.
She's just probably checking that wall paint.
Or maybe she's possessed? Wait, what if she's a spy?
Oh, a vampire. She's totally a vampire.
Eli, this is serious.
Just then, we both screamed when Sky looked directly at us from 50 feet away, even though we were clearly behind a potted fern. One night, after watching a horror movie that Belle swore wasn't scary when it actually was, we stopped by a convenience store to grab some snacks. The store looked quiet, just us and the bored cashier. Just then, 2 sketchy guys in knockoff tracksuits stepped up to the counter and turned to us.
Well, you 4 look loaded. How about a deal?
4? There's only 3 of us here, and we turned and saw someone I didn't expect to be here. Sky. She was silently reading the back of an ice cream tub like it was ancient prophecy.
We'll take $1 billion, or someone's getting folded.
Dude, we're literally just college students. Do we look like we own 108 yachts and private islands to you?
Honestly, no. But I don't care. Just hand over everything you've got.
He then shoved me straight into a shelf of ramen, and I almost passed out.
Touch him again, and I swear I'll make you cry like a little boy who dropped his ice cream on a poop.
But the jerk just laughed at Belle and grabbed her arm. Before I could even get up to stop him, the light started flickering, and the air suddenly got colder. Sky suddenly stepped in and grabbed the goon's wrist, twisted it with a crack, and yeeted him into a snack shelf so hard he passed out on impact. She then turned to Belle like nothing had happened.
Are you hurt?
I think I'm in love?
She just nodded once, turned, and started walking out. But just as we thought it was over, the other jerk stumbled outside and somehow got into a freaking bulldozer.
I'm taking down this whole store and taking you broken, useless college kids with it!
Belle and I panicked, but Sky just calmly stepped forward and grabbed the front of the bulldozer like it was a freaking shopping cart. Then, without a word, she lifted it, and yeeted the entire machine into a glowing thing that appeared out of thin air. Gone, just like that.
What the? Belle, did you see that?
But Belle was already out cold on the floor, straight up passed out from disbelief. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head later that night. Sky was literally out of this world. Like, she lifted a bulldozer. Who does that? But what bothered me more was me. I couldn't even stay on my feet long enough to protect Belle. The next day, I saw this tiny scratch on her forehead, and my stomach flipped. I was such a loser. All I did was stand there and breathe dramatically. It was sunset when I wandered to the back of the school to get some air, and I was surprised to see Sky just standing there, perfectly still, half in shadow like she was about to disappear through the crack in the earth. Hey, you saved us last night! You were like a superhero! Seriously, why are you even that strong? Belle could have seriously gotten hurt, and I couldn't even help her. I panicked, and you showed up like a force of nature, coming like a hurricane. Apparently, she had no plans to speak, so I finally gave up. Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks, and sorry for being totally weak and useless. And that was when she finally looked at me.
You carry too much shame for someone who stood up. That is more than most would do.
But it wasn't enough.
Strength isn't always loud or immediate. Sometimes it begins when you decide to stop running.
I didn't know what to say. Her words just echoed in my head.
If you still wish to change, Then follow me.
I just found myself following her like a clueless puppy as she led me behind the trees until we stopped at a tall brick wall. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she summoned this glowing thing again. A strange, shimmering light pulsed in the air like it was alive. I must be dreaming right now. What's happening? What is that? She then stepped through it like it was nothing, and without thinking, I followed. Suddenly, I was standing in a massive, dimly lit space. Blades lined with the walls, swords, spears, weapons I couldn't even name.
Let's begin.
Begin what? Are you going to train me or something? But why?
I was only ever meant to speak with my equals. How I ended up in this situation is beyond me. Perhaps I simply missed the feeling of training a disciple again. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
It was the first time I heard her say more than 2 sentences, and my brain was about to explode with questions. So, about all this and everything you just dropped on me, can you explain? Because none of this looks normal, like, at all.
Let's keep this simple. No questions, just training. If that's acceptable to you, we'll begin.
From that moment on, my life did a total 180. In between and after classes, we kicked things off with the basics. She started teaching me combat skills, how to hold a weapon, how to move, how not to slice my own foot off, and I kept failing all of that. But despite being cold, strict, and silent, my master was patient with me. Soon, we moved on to one-on-one fights. She fought me with one hand and still destroyed me every single time, like she was swatting away a fly. One time, I arrived a little earlier than usual. The portal buzzed softly as I stepped through, but something was different. Sky was already there. She was waiting. She was training alone, focused and unshaken. With a sword in hand, she moved through a relentless series of drills. Strike, spin, parry, recover, over and over. Not a single break.
Only 2,972,000 left.
I froze. She wasn't counting victories. She was counting some kind of punishment. I stood there, hidden in the shadows. And for the first time, I realized she wasn't just strong. She was relentless, and that made her unstoppable. When I tried to ask her about it, all she did was give me a cold stare and continued training me. As the days went by, Belle got more and more suspicious of my frequent disappearances, but I kept throwing out excuses. Until one day, she caught me sneaking back to class looking like a total mess.
Okay. You've been disappearing, coming back looking like you lost a duel with a garbage disposal. Talk.
I was jogging?
Try again.
Belle?
Spill it. I saw you with Sky. You're doing something sus with her, aren't you?
You were following me?
Are you kidding? I've got notes, charts, a full Sky timeline.
Okay, fine. I'm training with her.
Training? For what? Is this like fencing? Demon hunting? A secret society initiation?
To become stronger.
Eli, I know you. You're soft. You're gentle. You cry during dog food commercials.
But I'm tired of being weak, of always being the one who needs saving. I couldn't protect you at the store. I saw that scratch on your forehead and, Belle, I hated it. I hated myself. I'm done feeling like a loser.
Yeah, but she's weird. She's powerful and quiet, and we don't know anything about her. I did a background check. Nothing came up. No school records. No socials. It's like she didn't exist until the day she showed up. What if she's from another world? Or a different dimension? What if she's dangerous?
I didn't even know what to say because I myself was wondering too, because Sky never answered my questions.
I just miss my best friend, you know?
I'm still here, but I need to do this. For you. For me. Belle didn't smile, but she nodded.
Okay, fine. Just don't get possessed or anything.
No promises. A few more days of training passed. Bruises, sore legs, and Sky silently judging my every move. But somehow, I got better. Then came the next fencing tryouts. I stood at the edge of the gym floor, foil in hand, heart pounding. The whistle blew, and I finally moved. No tripping, no freezing, just focus, speed, and everything Sky drilled into me. By the final strike, the scoreboard lit up with my name at the top. I passed. I actually passed this time. Finally! The seniors clapped me on the back. Who trained you, man? A ghost? Maybe a goddess. Still not sure. I left the gym feeling like a superhero with only one thought in mind. I needed to tell Sky about this, so I ran straight to the portal. But when I stepped through, she wasn't there. The room was empty. I looked for her everywhere, but there were no traces of her. She hadn't shown up in days, and it was driving me crazy. Then one night, just as I was about to sleep, I suddenly felt that familiar chill in the air. I found myself walking to my balcony, as if something is calling me. Master, where have you been?
I need to go. There are matters I must attend to.
What kind of matter?
There is no point in explaining which you cannot yet understand.
Okay, fine. But before you go, can you at least tell me something about yourself? Or at least, where are you from?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Huh?
No need to fret. These are just my thoughts. Soon, you'll know and understand everything.
But how?
You'll see.
She raised her hand, summoning another portal. And without a word, she stepped through it. And now, she was gone. I suddenly felt so empty, like something had been pulled out and taken with her. No one knew where she went. Not the school, not the staff, not even Belle and her resources. Until one afternoon, she barged into my room like a hurricane.
Eli, you need to see this, like right now!
What is it?
Genshin Impact's newest playable character.
What about it? I hadn't opened the game in almost a year, so I wasn't updated. She shoved her phone into my hands, and the moment I saw the screen, I swear my soul left my body. White silver hair, crimson eyes, a massive sword on her back. Same cold stare, same grace, same everything. What kind of sorcery is this? And then suddenly, it all made sense. Skirk. So that was your real name, huh? Brace yourself, Skirk, because I'm gonna log back in and unlock every answer you never gave me. The next chapter of Genshin Impact is here, and it's bigger than ever. Step into Teyvat, a world where 7 elemental powers surge in this open-world RPG game, playable on mobile, PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. In version 5.7, Skirk, the formidable cryo sword user who commands the cosmos' darkest energies, finally joins the game. She's Child's former mentor and master of abyssal power. Also featured are Shenhe and Dahlia, a new 4-star Hydro support from Mondstadt, Mavwika, the Pyro Archon, and the mysterious Emily. Version 5.7 update will have exciting new quests and brand new permanent combat mode. The Traveler will continue to explore Natlan alongside Dainsleif, looking for the sibling while the abyssal incursion on Natlan unfolds. There will also be a new character story quest focused on Skirk. The Dust of Enlightenment will allow for the re-rolling of the minor affix enhancements on a level 20 artifact, offering a new layer of customization and optimization for your character builds. Check out Genshin Impact now using the link below, and don't forget to redeem your exclusive gift code.
Hey guys, how's it going? Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school. Again.
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick? Ugh. Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Before I continue, would y'all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that mom and dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet. Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult, you silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off. Whoa, rude! Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage. But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé, hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package. Handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin. Grayson. Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge. I've never seen biceps that big before. Not that they look bad. They look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep. Please kill me. Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-looking biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all. But secretly, I did really want a boyfriend, so that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked a million times more handsome. Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here. These aren't mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist. I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. As if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school, guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating. Talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves. So to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem.
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk. How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet. Yeah, and also, because your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream?
First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube, though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya. Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar, put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss, and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here, and I need a change. I hope you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve, though, because I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants because I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just, one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer. Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep begging me to take him back.
Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me?
I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug.
So, when do we get to have our first kiss?
Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below. Ruby, our craziest MSA character. Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no, she pooped. Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbor's kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could. Until, stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop, hey, gross! I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with the baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, talk about a glow up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the Queen Bee, what are you doing here?
I wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table. But Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin? Why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
Ugh, I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut him down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech. And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring. Ah! Get off me! How'd you get this then? Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever. Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on. And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. Ugh. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us. As I sat in my sports car preparing for the race of a lifetime, my manager, Ruth, shot me a nervous look. If your dad finds out,
We're dead meat. They're probably giving away some charity award somewhere. Besides, they already control everything. This is my way of living my life. Now sit still. As I drifted and turned the car around, Ruth was screaming, "Slow down, Your Royal Highness!" Oh, come on. The fun has just begun. I pumped up the gas, and my brand new Ferrari was whooshing past the rest of the cars, putting me ahead in the race. Told you I'd win. Just then, a big van came out of nowhere and started clicking my pictures. Time to run. Hi, I'm Penelope, a real-life princess from Belgium. Please like and subscribe. I grew up with really controlling parents. They planned my daily schedule and made me go to boring meetings and dinners so I'd be ready for my duties one day. I wasn't even allowed to go to school or parties with people my age. My life was miserable. After what had happened at the race that day, everyone in the kingdom called me the crazy princess. The media is having a ball. This is so harmful to our reputation. Your reputation? I aced that race, and they're saying I came in second. If anyone's reputation is hurt, it's mine. Enough. You are next in line to the throne, Penny. Mend your ways or I'll get you married. I'm 17. You can't get me married. I must be at least 18 according to the rules. I am the king and I set the laws. Dad received a call and left before I had a chance to argue any further. Surely it wasn't serious, right? The next morning, I was swimming in my private pool when Ruth walked in with William, Prince of Denmark, and my childhood best friend. I got out and hugged him tight. Wow, you've become prettier over the years. I wish I could say the same for you. We laughed and decided to catch up over dinner. But when I got to the table, I saw him talking to my parents, and they looked serious. What's going on? Penny, darling, we were just discussing the venue for the marriage. Oh, wow. Who's getting married? Us. William looked at me, grinning, and I felt my mind numb. Suddenly, I found myself dragging William outside. What the heck was that? I want to get married to you. I've always liked you, and your parents don't seem to have a problem. But I do. I don't want to get married to you or anybody. I'm 17, for the love of God. Is that why you're here? Did my parents put you up to this? Wait, don't answer that. I already know. I turned around and walked off, leaving William alone. And after that day, things just weren't the same. I avoided William all day long, and it came to a point where I couldn't step out of the house. It was insane. Just as I was trying to figure out a way out of this, Ruth told me she was leaving for New York on official duty for a year. You can't leave me. You're the only one on my side. Then join me. Nobody knows you there. You'd be free to do what you like. That did sound like a brilliant idea, but I knew Mom and Dad would never allow that. That didn't mean I couldn't try. So the next day, I went to their chambers to have a one-on-one. I want to finish my last year of school in New York. No one, least of all William, should know where I am. And why should we listen to you? You have to if you want me to get married. If this is the last year of my single life, I'd rather spend it away from all this drama. After hours of arguing, they finally caved and agreed to enroll me in one of the best schools in New York under a different name, Mia. Within a week, I was on a plane to my new life. But New York was busier than I'd imagined. If not for Ruth, I would have totally lost my way. Tired and exhausted, I hit the shower as soon as I reached the hotel. But just as I entered the bathroom, I saw someone under the sink. If you're a thief, let me warn you, I know karate. Really? I'd love to see that, Jackie Chan. Don't come up. I will legit punch you. I quickly left and grabbed myself a robe. Come out. The guy slowly dragged himself out, and when I saw his face, I almost passed out. He had to be the most handsome guy I'd ever seen. If you're done staring, can I leave? I have another job to get to. Not so soon, mister. Do you know what would have happened if I didn't see you? This is a strict violation of human rights. I'm late. Call a protest, light a candle, I don't care. My job's done. And he turned around and left. What a jerk. That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and woke up feeling annoyed and exhausted. I would have skipped my first day if Ruth hadn't boosted my confidence. As I entered the classroom, I immediately noticed a familiar face, the hot plumber guy. And unfortunately, he was the only one with an empty seat next to his. I'm Asher. What? If you're stalking me, you might as well know my name. You wish. I joined recently. It's my first day. Explains why you're wearing your skirt inside out. I looked down and he was right. How embarrassing. As if that wasn't awkward enough. Asher was also my lab partner and just the weirdest guy ever. I'd never seen him talk to anyone, and he was always either with his books or playing football. If I tried talking to him, he would awkwardly turn in the other direction. What was up with this guy? A few days later after school, I was happily relaxing in my hotel when someone knocked on my door. Asher.
You forgot your list of lab supplies.
Thanks. You could have given these to me tomorrow in school.
I don't know about you, but this class is really important to me, so don't screw up on these.
It's important for me too.
Clearly. Anyway, I'd love to stop and chat, but I'm late for my night job. Unlike you, I have work to do.
Did he just call me useless? Asher turned to leave, but I ran behind him. Hey, jerk. I know you think all the world's weight is on your shoulders, but it's not. Everyone has their battles, so don't you dare talk down to me again. I turned around and left, slamming the door in anger. What an absolute piece of work this guy was. When I told Ruth about him, she had the weirdest thing to say. Maybe he has a crush on you. What? No. The guy hates me for some reason, and he's such a prude. Gosh, he gets on my nerves. And yet, somehow all we've done is speak about him. Whatever. A few days later, we had a surprise literature test, and I aced it. But I saw Asher sulking in the corner. And later, during an experiment, he screwed up badly and spilled everything on the counter. His mind was clearly somewhere else. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just do your thing.
Fine, dude. I was just asking.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I've scored miserably on my literature paper. If I don't get this right, I'll lose my chances of ever getting a scholarship.
What's a scholarship? Asher gave me a confused look before explaining it to me. I had no idea that people struggled so much to get a good education. For the first time ever, I felt lucky to be born rich. Fine, I'll help you.
You will?
Yeah, but you'll owe me one, and you'll stop pissing me off. Deal?
Deal.
Soon after, Asher and I started with his classes in my hotel room, and he was worse than I thought.
My love is like a red, red rose. It blooms in June. Who talks like that?
Ahem. Now take my hand, look into my eyes, and say it again. And try not to sound like a robot. Asher took a deep breath and did exactly what I asked. But just when he took my hand, I felt a weird rush in my body.
My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June, that's sweetly played in tune. How was that?
Wow, that was brilliant. Yeah, cool. That was, good. Pretty awesome, actually. My heart was racing faster than ever. What was this heart-pounding rush? I'd never felt anything like that before. Asher and I were still holding hands when the door flung open and I saw William standing there.
I leave you for a month and I already have competition? But why this peasant?
William, what the heck are you doing here?
I came to check up on my girl.
Oh, shut up. I thought we were over this. Just leave me alone.
I won't let you go this easy, love.
William tried to take my hand, but Asher interrupted him.
I don't think Mia needs you here. Now, if you don't want your butt kicked, I suggest you leave. Her name's Penelope. If you like a girl, at least get her name right. I'm leaving now, but this isn't over.
After William left, Asher turned to me, confused.
What was he talking about?
Asher looked at me confused as I told him the whole story.
Whoa, that's insane. You're an actual princess?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to live like a normal person for once. Suddenly, I felt my hand on his, and my stomach erupted with butterflies.
I hope you won't throw me in the dungeons for being a jerk to you before.
I just might, if you annoy me again. After that day, Asher and I got a lot closer. He promised not to tell anyone about me, and I promised to help him with acing his literature tests. Once we got talking, I learned that we had a lot in common.
My parents are too busy in their own world. I was always ambitious, and they had no money, so I figured out a way to make it on my own. Now, I love being independent.
I wish I could make my life the way I wanted.
You can. All you gotta do is be brave. From here.
As he laid my hands on his chest, I could feel his heart pounding, fast and hard. I was falling for him, and I knew he felt the same way when he asked me to be his date for the Halloween party. Life was good, except William was always around me, and that was kind of annoying. When I told my parents about him, they were actually supportive of his behavior.
You should be happy he loves you so much. I suggest you come back and let go of this foolish adventure.
Why did they hate me so much? One day before the party, when I walked into school, I saw William waiting for me on his knees and a life-size bouquet.
Beautiful flowers for my beautiful date. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow.
No need. I already have a date.
Who? That peasant from the hotel? Come on. You deserve a prince like me. Only royalty can match royalty, and you know that.
That's enough, William. You were my childhood friend, and I respected that for as long as I could, but I'm done. Teach your lessons on royalty to my parents who love you so much, but leave me out of it.
You'll regret this.
Yeah, whatever. That evening, as I got dressed, I got a text from William that he was leaving, and I couldn't be happier. Good riddance. When Asher came to pick me up, I was shocked to see him stepping out of his car, looking like an absolute dream. We entered the party dressed as Cinderella and Prince Charming, and people couldn't stop gushing over how amazing we looked together. The mood became better when the song shifted to a slow number.
You look beautiful tonight.
Just tonight?
I fell for you the day I saw you, and I never stopped liking you.
Is that why you were so rude to me?
It was a way of keeping my feelings under control. I thought you'd distract me from my goals, but I was so wrong.
Asher pulled me closer till our faces were inches apart, and he gently kissed me on my cheek. And suddenly the song changed again, and we lost our moment.
Let's get out of here.
I'd like that. Asher took my hand and took me to the school rooftop, overlooking the entire city of New York. It was beautiful.
Penny, I know you're a princess, and I would never be able to match your status. But will you date me and make me the happiest person on earth?
It was a dream come true to meet a guy like Asher, and I was the happiest I'd been in a long time. But just as I was about to say yes, the door of the roof crashed open, and suddenly I had people taking my pictures left, right, and center.
Is he your new boyfriend, Penelope? Will you leave the crown to get married to him?
Show us the ring. I wanted to leave, but there was no way out. Just then, I caught a hold of one of the guys with the camera. Who sent you? Tell me now or I'll destroy your career. The guy got scared and told me he got an anonymous tip from someone named Asher. No way! I immediately started looking for Asher when I saw him taking money from one of the media people. How could you betray me?
Penny, listen to me. This isn't what it looks like.
I'm not blind. I just saw you taking money from him. If you needed money, you could have just asked. You're worse than William. At least he didn't lie. Asher tried to stop me, but I was too heartbroken to stop. Soon after, I called Ruth and asked her to get me on a private plane back to Belgium. I wanted her to come along, but her work in the States wasn't over yet. As soon as I landed, the driver took me to the hospital and not the palace. What's happening? Where are we going?
You'll find out soon enough, Your Royal Highness.
My heart was beating nervously as the security led me to a private room and saw Dad with 1,000 machines beeping over his head. Dad! Oh my God, what happened?
Penny, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I turned to Mom, and she told me that Dad had been unwell for quite some time. When he learned that I was dating someone out of royalty, he just couldn't take it. I'm sorry, Dad. I let you down, but I've learned my lesson. I'll do everything you say.
I just want you to take over the crown and get married to William. He's perfect for you, honey.
Even though I didn't agree with Dad, I nodded with a heavy heart. The news of my marriage and coronation spread like wildfire. Mom planned a major event inviting all the royal families of the world. As I stepped into my wedding gown, I could feel my heart sinking. Asher was the love of my life, but I had to make the sacrifice in the name of my family. I was walking down the aisle when Ruth came running into the church. Stop! Stop the wedding! Ruth, what are you doing? I have to do this. For Dad, Stop being dramatic. He doesn't love you. He's only after your money. Ruth told everyone how after I'd left, she went back to the hotel to get the rest of my stuff and ran into William. But he told me he'd left. That's exactly what I was wondering too. So I followed him to a club and saw him making out with random girls. She went on to tell how William's parents were practically broke and they wanted to marry their son off to recover money.
That's not true. She's lying.
He was the one who tipped off the media about you. For money. I looked at William, who had turned pale as paper. Spill the truth. Now.
Fine. I did it. And I'm not sorry. How could you choose that peasant over me? I'm royalty.
I slapped his face hard.
I swear to God, if you say royalty one more time, I will have your sorry butt arrested. Now, if you have an ounce of shame, take your parents and get out. When I reached the palace that night, Mom and Dad were more than apologetic, and it was decided I'll take the throne with or without the husband. But before that, there was one more thing I had to do. Ruth, I already know. Here's your ticket. Go get him. I hugged her and left immediately for New York and booked the same hotel. When I reached the room, I loosened the sink and asked specifically for Asher.
Excuse me? Anyone home?
I'm in here. Hand me the screwdriver, please.
Ma'am, could you come out, please?
Sure, let me just... Oh...
Penny, what are you doing? Get out of there. Are you hurt?
Probably not as much as I hurt you. I'm sorry for not trusting you. Ruth told me how William manipulated the situation.
I was just paying them to get rid of them.
I know that now. So, you think you can forgive me? Or, I'd rather order you since I'm the queen and all, so... Asher pulled me in for a kiss, and it was everything I'd hoped for.
I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret that's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle, and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute, too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both. Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls.
Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. so I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's, and then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey, jerk, you pushed me. That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway? Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years. Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties. Cooties aren't real. Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash. Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention. Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive! Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying. Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom. Hey, subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else. You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this. Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1. Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side, and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me, and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge? Then the principal sent me to detention. And by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Ah! Here you go. As fresh as a daisy. I was working. I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace! We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kinda sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, 'cause I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guests of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling? Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a vase and hurled it at a guard and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad off to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited to join the super secret agent training program. I delivered his invitation myself.
So now that you've been a hero, what's next?
I think I want to finish high school here.
I knew it. You love me. You can't resist my pecs. Or is it that my brave heart or fearless spirit? If I was a 10 before, what does that make me now? 20?
I'd give you a solid 4.
What?
I'm kidding.
Sheesh, you had me worried.
Then I pulled Nate close and kissed him.
Hi, my name is Gigi, and I'm from Illinois. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I have loved cars. I guess it's because my dad is a professional racer. I grew up hanging out with him at the racetrack, and his pit crew always treated me like one of their own. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally a girly girl. I love to do makeup, get my nails done, shop for the latest trends, and post selfies on Instagram. But given the choice between a hairbrush and a socket wrench, well, you can't fix a car with a hairbrush. The year I turned 16, my dad was in a terrible accident while racing. It was so hard for my mom to see him in the hospital, but I did the best I could to help by keeping my little brother and sister in line while she was visiting him. I cooked and cleaned, and sure, I hated it, but I had been raised with a pit crew mentality. Everyone pitches in. I missed my dad, and I couldn't wait for things to get back to normal. At night, I would watch NASCAR videos on my phone under the covers, dreaming of the day that it would be me driving. One day at school, our mechanics teacher said he was offering extra credit for anyone who wanted to work on fixing up an old car after class. My arm practically came out of my socket as I raised it to volunteer. The boy sitting next to me sneered.
But you're just a girl.
I took a wrench that I had in my zini purse and slammed it on his desk. Okay, flyboy, what kind of wrench is this? I was mad, but even though he was dressed in retro style, I couldn't help but notice his wavy blonde hair and steel blue eyes. He was kinda gorgeous. It was like I was watching a unicorn flip his mane in slow motion. I bet you're all thinking, focus girl, this guy is trouble with a capital WTH. Many answered as if he was teaching me something.
Torque wrench. I can show you how to use it if you need a lesson.
Oh, no, he didn't. The only lesson to learn here is how to get up from the floor when I knock you out. The whole class laughed at him. He pushed his chair back and got in my face. Are we gonna fight? The class started cheering. Did they really want to see me fight this gorgeous, annoying unicorn? Hold on, was this guy my nemesis? Smart, gorgeous, and into cars? Just like me? The teacher stepped in front of me before anything could happen while he stormed out of class. I was sent to the office, and he got away. So unfair, right? As I was sitting in the office waiting, I spied him on the football field through the office window. His hood was up, but I knew it was him. I saw him hand another boy a small package in exchange for money. I had no idea what he was up to. I only knew that this is my school, and I had to protect it from bad guys doing shady things.
Since you're an honor student, I'm letting you leave this time, but I don't want any more messes, and I will talk to Diego about this later.
I thought if the principal wasn't going to take this seriously, I was going to figure out what this guy was really up to. After my next class, I was talking to some cute boys about our favorite subject, NASCAR, and they invited me to go dune buggy racing with them that weekend. Diego must have heard as he walked by.
Dune buggy? I guess you can't drive a real car.
I followed him to confront him about his rude comment and saw him walk off alone to a lunchroom table. He took a half-eaten apple out of his pocket and started eating it. I stopped myself from gagging at the thought of eating what looked like something you would find in the trash. Gross! I needed to let him know that I was watching his every move, so I walked by him and gave him a dirty look. What's the matter? Couldn't afford a whole apple? He stood up, and I thought, this is it. I'm gonna wrestle him to the ground and search his pockets for evidence. Just then, my friends walked up to me, congratulating me for standing up to this bully earlier. But before they even noticed he was there, he put his hood over his head and darted away. We heard what you did, girl. Chalk one up for girl power. Girls can do anything. I was loving all the positive attention. I was, after all, the hero of this story. But I couldn't believe he didn't challenge me. I expected more of a fight from my mortal enemy. I was thinking that was the end of it. But the next day, I saw him leaning on a locker and talking to another boy and whispering. As soon as they saw me, they stopped and walked in the opposite direction. My spidey senses were tingling. After school, I waited, hiding under the bleachers to follow him home. I had to see for myself what the deal was. My phone rang, startling me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was my mom. I whispered so that I wouldn't give away my hiding spot. Hi, Mom. I'm kind of busy right now. She asked me to pick up groceries on my way home. I wanted to go to the library. Can I do it after? I felt bad lying to my mom, but I needed to have time to confront this worm, Diego. He came out the back door of the school, walked across the field to a hole in the fence, and slipped through. Gotta go. Love you. I followed him. And as I hid from sight, I saw him walk up to this small, broken-down house. 3 little boys came running out to hug him. It was the first time he smiled all day.
Hi, guys. Come on, let's get you into the house before...
Just then, a loud car pulled up to the house, and Diego hurried the kids inside for safety. A very large, scary man leaned out of the window and just stared at Diego. Diego was clearly intimidated by this man. He dove into the house like he was trying out for the swim team. The car spun its wheels, screeching so loudly I had to cover my ears, and it took off down the street. But before it left, I managed to take a picture of the license plate. I knew he was up to no good, and now I had the proof. The next day after school, I waited for Diego again, but this time, I stopped him before he ducked through the gate.
What are you doing here?
What's going on? Are you breaking the law? Because we don't tolerate that in this school. I mean it, Diego.
Why are you spying on me? Don't you have a life?
I'm super connected at this school. I know everyone. And if you think that you're gonna...
Okay, fine. I'll tell you, but just to get you off my back. that's Leo. He keeps asking me to work for his chop shop, where they steal and sell illegal car parts.
I knew it! You're a criminal! Suddenly, he got really calm and touched my arm. We locked eyes, and for a second, I couldn't explain it, but I wanted to kiss him so badly. I know what you guys are thinking. Love him or hate him, girl, but pick a lane.
No, my dad worked for him as a mechanic, but when he found out that Leo was a criminal, he quit. And now he harasses my family all the time because he knows we're poor, but I always say no. My dad raised me better than that.
My mouth fell open like the Grand Canyon. I guess I never thought about him having good parents. I felt like the crumbs in the bottom of a toaster. I wish I could take back all the mean things I said, but instead, I kissed him. Yeah, I was as shocked as you were, and I was the one doing it.
Are you crazy? First you embarrass me in class, then you follow me around like TMZ, and now you want to be my girlfriend?
A girlfriend? Slow down there, Flash. It was just a kiss.
No, this is a kiss.
He kissed me back, and after a second, he shot me a shy smile. But then I remembered why I was there. Hey, you're trying to distract me.
Did it work?
Never mind that. What was all that sneaking around school, handing people mysterious bags?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were obsessed with me.
You wish. Now answer the question.
If you must know.
He pulled up his sleeve and showed me a leather cuff around his wrist.
I make these out of scraps and sell them. It's the only income I have since my dad isn't working.
I felt like a monster. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had horns and a tail at that very moment. Guys, has anyone ever said to you, don't judge people until you know what they're going through? I'm gonna get that tattooed on my forehead. I'm sorry that I judged you before I got to know you.
And yet, you kissed me.
I felt embarrassed, but then he started talking, and I got to know that he and his brothers live with their foster dad, who wants to adopt them, but he just needs a steady job first. And just then, my phone rang, startling me again. Man, I gotta change that ringtone. Oh, I have to take this. It's my mom. And without even listening to me, she burst into yelling so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You forgot to take out the trash and your brother dumped it all over his bed. Not to mention, I asked you to give your sister a bath. She's so sticky I could hang her from the ceiling. Diego could hear her because it was so loud, and he laughed. When she heard him, she flipped her switch from angry mom to no personal space mom.
Are you hanging out with a boy?
Oh, Jellyfish, I'm so happy for you. What's his name? Is he cute? I was mortified. Didn't she know he might hear her? Mom, I'll be home soon, okay? She ranted on like a teenager on a sugar rush and yelled louder. Don't rush on my account. Hello, Jellyfish's new friend. Ugh, bye, Mom. I hung up and wished I had a time machine to erase that horrible moment.
Parents, right?
I better go.
Okay, see you tomorrow, Jellyfish.
Ugh, Mom. Ugh. Well, I couldn't stop thinking about Diego and how they barely had money for food. On my way home, I stopped and bought food to give them. When I got home, my mom saw the extra food, and before I had a chance to explain, she lost her mind. Are you kidding me with all this extra food? Do you want the kids to call you Gigantic Gigi? But no buts. Except your butt'll get even bigger if you eat all this food. I was so angry. And besides, I have a great butt. I'll bet JLo's mom never said that to her. Well, I asked her to calm down, and then I explained to her. After that, she flipped her crazy switch back to sweet again. Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go bring these to him. She grabbed her keys, and my jaw hit the floor. How could she go from steaming hot to ice cold at the drop of a hat? We pulled up to Diego's house, but he burst out of the front door.
What are you doing here? Did you tell child services about me? I knew I couldn't trust you.
Was I dealing with another crazy person? Then I saw his little brother snuggled behind him in the doorway, and I realized he was protecting his family like a lion protects his pride. We just brought these groceries.
We don't need your charity.
Oh, that's too bad, because I brought peanut butter and jelly. His little brothers trampled him like a herd of gazelles. Peanut butter and jelly? Yay! I giggled at their unabashed honesty. Thank you, nice lady. Diego told them to take the groceries inside.
Sorry, I might have overreacted.
Might have? Okay, I'll forgive you, if you promise never to call me Jellyfish again.
Deal.
He reached out to shake my hand, but instead pulled me close, took off his wrist cuff, and wrapped it around mine.
To say thank you for...
And just then, my mom honked the horn and interrupted us. Parents, right? Just as we were about to pull away in the car, that same scary dude came screeching around the corner in his loud car. He pulled up next to my mom's car. I was freaking out. Was he going to try to steal my mom's car or hurt her?
Stop. Don't you dare try anything. I will not. He tried to stop them, but they laughed and scratched our car just to terrify him. Mom ducked me into the car, and she floored it and sped off down the street like Mario Kart. That Diego is nothing but trouble. You are never going to see him again. No matter what my mom said, I couldn't wait for school to see Diego. But when I got there, I found out that my mom had called the principal and gotten him in trouble, so he would have detention all week. I tried calling Diego, but he didn't answer. So after school, I rushed to his house. Better you listen to your mom and stay away from me. I don't want you to get hurt. I dashed towards my house and slammed the door open so hard that it shook the wall. Everything okay, Jellyfish? No! You got Diego detention, just so that you could stop me from seeing him? You know he's a great guy. And first, you want me to be friends with him, then you don't. Why have you been acting so crazy lately? I just wanted you to be safe. Since your father's accident, I'm afraid of bad things happening to you, and I just want to protect you from getting hurt. I just love you so much. Oh, Mom, but you can't wrap me in bubble wrap for the rest of my life. You raised me as a strong, smart girl, and you need to trust that I can make good decisions. You're right. I guess I'll return that bubble wrap. And then the next day, she went into high gear and fixed everything. She got Diego out of detention and reported the shady guys to the cops who got arrested. And the next month, my dad got back on track. And Diego's dad got a job with my dad's pit crew, allowing Diego and his siblings to finally be adopted. Diego was so thankful that he made me a PB&J sandwich in the shape of a heart and asked me to be his girlfriend. I, of course, said yes and immediately called my mom to tell her. You called to tell me your happy news first? Well, yeah, you're my best friend and the best mom. I love you. I love you too, Jellyfish. I couldn't help but be so grateful that Diego taught me not to be so quick to judge someone. You never know, they could wind up being family. Hi, my name is Rose. When I was 10, I found out that the woman I called Mom was actually my aunt. My biological mother had given me to her as an act of charity, since my aunt couldn't have children and my mom already had 3. Ever since then, I haven't stopped wondering, was I an act of kindness or just an act of neglect? People always said I had a unique look, olive skin, this odd shade of green eyes. I started wearing glasses at 6, so maybe that ruined the effect. Doesn't matter. Let me just tell you up front. My life wasn't some wild adventure. Just me, drifting through school with a weirdly decent sense of humor, and a family situation no one could explain in one sentence. Now, my dad, God bless his midlife crisis, decided he wanted to be the next Steve Irwin. Not in a cute, let's volunteer at the zoo kind of way, but full-blown obsessed. Animal documentaries, snake facts at dinner, backyard traps to train my instincts. By the time I was 7, I could name more venomous reptiles than I could types of candy, which honestly explains a lot. So when Christmas rolled around, I didn't ask for Barbies or ponies or whatever other kids were crying about. I had one very specific, very non-negotiable wish. A snake. A real one. A snake? Absolutely not.
But not just any snake. He's educational.
So is watching a nature show. Why don't you print out a picture and hang it on your wall?
His name is Venno. I already made a tank out of the rice cooker box.
I'm not feeding it. I'm not touching it. And if it escapes, you're sleeping outside. I was that weird kid in school, obsessed with snakes, reptiles, and obscure animal facts. So no, I didn't have many friends. And honestly, I was fine with that. Apparently, not everyone else was.
So, as you both know, Rose is different, and I think we should work together to help her make some friends.
Well, you're saying it like there's something wrong with my daughter. Maybe all her classmates are just weird and stupid, and she doesn't want to be their friend.
Honey.
Mrs. McGill, I understand your frustration, but your daughter brought a snake to school, and she threw it at another student. Do you understand how dangerous that is?
She threw it at Jessica, the little bully brat you should have suspended years ago? But no, let's go after the quiet, weird kid who minds her business and likes snakes. Look, I get what you're saying. I do. But this is our daughter. She'll stay like this until she grows out of it, hopefully. So please, don't call us in for these Dr. Phil meetings again. Come on, honey. That night, I did the only logical thing a lonely, misunderstood 11-year-old could do. I sneaked out to get a tattoo of Venno. But the guy at the shop called my parents before the needle even touched my skin. And yes, I got an earful the entire way home. Things stayed the same until I turned 17. And then, everything changed. I stumbled across this online ad for something called the Reptile Lovers Retreat. It was this once-a-year, deep in the jungle kind of event, a snake nerd paradise where people from all over the world camped out and swapped stories about their pet snakes and lizards. Next thing I knew, I was on a private jet for the first time in my life. Turns out, the whole retreat was organized by Matthew, a teenage billionaire with a thing for snakes, drama, and 5-star everything. He was the kind of guy who could throw a party mid-air like it was just another Saturday, and somehow make everyone feel like they belonged there.
Nice tattoo.
Thanks, bro. Got it last week. Finally. Been trying to get it for years.
You look familiar. Have we met before?
Oh, come on. Are guys still using that line? Is that, still a thing?
What? You've been eyeing me since the party started.
Well, yeah. You looked familiar.
Haha, see? Classic move. Old but gold.
Babe, what's so funny?
Jessica? What the heck are you doing here?
Existing? I'm here on a trip with my boyfriend. I'm not some weirdo snake girl who flies across the world just to hang out with reptiles.
Take it easy, babe. Anyway, nice to meet you.
Sir.
Roser?
She means loser. But yeah, that's me. I barely had time to process what was happening before the world tilted sideways. Literally. We were falling. Fast. Then crash. Everything went black. Where am I? The world around me was buzzing, but somehow we all survived. We were bruised, shaken, and freaked out for sure, but no one was seriously hurt. Just a lot of stunned faces and a growing sense that we were officially in the middle of nowhere. My vision was a blur without my glasses, but I tried to keep my head in the game.
Come on! Where's the signal?
I don't think there's any service out here.
What do you mean no service, you stupid losers? How are we supposed to?
All right. First things first. We need water. I'll look for a stream or anything nearby. Just stay here, don't panic, and for the love of snakes, don't wander off. We need to keep track of everyone and conserve energy until we know what we're dealing with.
I'll come with you.
Babe, it's so humid out here.
You mean dangerous, yeah?
Fine. I'll come with you. No way I'm letting you wander off alone with that ogre.
I rolled my eyes, and the three of us started walking. My eyes started itching, and Matthew told me they looked red. For hours, Jessica kept making snide comments whenever she could squeeze them in, but I was too focused to give her the reaction she wanted.
It's so humid. I swear I just felt a bug crawl into my shoe.
Welcome to the wilderness, babe.
Why are you even on this trip, Matthew? You look like someone who's never even been outside a spa.
Excuse you? I'm very outdoorsy. My family made me do survival camps every summer. Learn grit. Apparently being born rich means you have to earn your personality.
Hey, Rose, remember in 5th grade when you brought that snake to school? You were running to the bathroom and it got out of your bag and you turned around to grab it, then peed your pants?
I'm sure that didn't happen. Come on, Jess.
Yes, it did. I remember because it was my 12th birthday that day.
Wait, why were you 12 in 5th grade? Were you held back? I saw your passport. You're older than us.
She wasn't held back. Some people just start school later than others.
Why are you defending her?
Because she's a helpless little weirdo who will jump at any chance to be my friend. And fine, yes, I was held back. There, I said it. What now? You gonna break up with me?
No, babe, I was just...
Save it. I'd rather walk alone and get eaten by a wolf than spend another second with you and that snake perv. Whoa!
Just then, Jessica fell into a trap. A rope whipped around her ankle and yanked her up, leaving her dangling upside down midair.
Help! Help! What are you two idiots doing? Oh, sorry, babe. Not you. Her!
Say sorry to Rose first.
Matthew, listen. The fact that there's a trap here suggests there might be hunters nearby. Maybe we finally found someone. Wait, I hear footsteps.
I'll be with you, Rose, after Jessica apologizes. Come on, Jess.
I heard the footsteps getting closer, fast, so I climbed up a fallen tree trunk, crawled along the branch hanging above Jessica, and started cutting the rope, bare-handed, then with my teeth.
Matthew, behind you!
I looked up. A group of people stood there, dressed in what looked like traditional tribal gear. They were watching us. Their leader, a tall, stone-faced man, stepped forward. Everyone went silent. I awkwardly bit the rope one last time, and Jessica fell head first onto the ground with a thud.
Ouch! And who are these people? Are they gonna save us or eat us for dinner?
They didn't speak any English, and while Matthew tried to communicate with them, I noticed their leader staring at me. Then he took a step closer, and just like that, the whole group went still.
Soboki Nina Ayame.
He's looking at my snake tattoo. Then he turned to his people and said something in a language I didn't recognize. Suddenly, they bowed to me, like full-on prostrated. The leader gave a signal. Two of them came over, lifted me onto their shoulders, and started chanting something as they carried me away. Matthew and Jessica followed in shocked silence. What are they saying?
Shikboko mayon koslaki fi.
I think he said, I like the cut of your jib, kid. You got guts.
We were taken to the center of the tribe, where dozens of teepees circled around in open space. The leader climbed onto a rock and gave what felt like a heartwarming speech. I mean, it sounded heartwarming. Then again, I had no idea what he was actually saying. Once again, the entire tribe bowed down. A few of them stepped forward carrying a wooden chair, decorated with ribbons and colorful fabrics. They set it down, motioned for me to sit, and then lifted it up, carrying me like I was royalty.
Why are they treating her like she's their god?
They do think she's their god, Jessie. All hail our goddess Rose.
I looked down at all these people, delighted to have me, at Matthew's proud smile and Jessica's jealous glare. And for the first time, I didn't see myself as an act of kindness or neglect or charity. I saw myself as a gift to humanity, or maybe a god. For starters, they placed me in a decorated teepee with round-the-clock security and women assigned to care for me. They bathed me in milk, washed my hair with oils that smelled like heaven, and fed me their best food. Every evening before sunset, they paraded me through the village on my chair and set me down at the center, where people lined up to kiss my hand and touch my feet, hoping for my blessings. Matthew and Jessica were given a separate teepee, way out on the edge of the tribe. I didn't speak to them for days. I only saw them from afar, where Jessica looked visibly annoyed. I knew they wanted to be saved, to go home, to call someone, but I figured that could wait. Besides, it's not like I could communicate with the tribe very clearly anyway. The tribe leader had a habit of presenting people to me during these blessing sessions, one person each day, so I could examine them and decide if they were worthy or pure. Naturally, I said yes to everyone. Who was I to judge? But one day, he brought me a young man, maybe in his early 20s. As he got closer, I caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Let's just say he didn't wipe well. I winced. Just for a second. It wasn't dramatic, just a face. The leader's eyes widened immediately. He turned to his men and made a gesture, sharp and fast. Before I could say anything, they rushed in, grabbed the guy, and started dragging him away. He burst into tears, trying to crawl back, begging, looking right at me. He reached for my feet and cried harder. I stood up, trying to stop them. I stepped forward, blocking his path, trying to say something, anything. But the leader suddenly turned toward me and placed his hand on my shoulder.
His eyes were cold, wide, steady. I froze and just stood there, watching them drag the crying men out of the clearing, and there was nothing I could do. For the next few days, I pretended to be sick so I wouldn't have to leave my bed. I just wanted to avoid those blessing sessions altogether. There was this girl, Huna. I eventually learned her name. She was assigned to be my personal assistant, but really, she was more like a babysitter. She barely left my side, day and night. Over time, I managed to learn a few words from her and teach her a few English ones too. Of course, I had to keep up the I'm sick act the whole time.
You've been staring at the necklace for a while now, Huna. Do you like it? I wish I could give it to you. It's from my mom. My biological mom, actually. She gave it to me when I was 6, and even though I was too young to understand it back then, I remember thinking it was strange that my aunt would give me something so expensive. Oh, sorry. That's confusing. She was my aunt back then. When I turned 10, I found out she was actually my biological mother. She'd given me to her sister, my aunt, because she was poor and already had 3 kids, and her sister couldn't have any. I was angry and confused that day, but somehow I ended up pulling this necklace out of the drawer and putting it on. And ever since then, I haven't taken it off. Una didn't respond. She just kept staring at the necklace. Sorry, girl, I can't give you this one. But here, take this bracelet. It's from Target, but it's cute. I'll give you the other bracelet if you like and subscribe and interact with this video so more people can see it and I become more famous. Huna gave me a side eye, but took the bracelet anyway. Just then, the leader barged in. He looked furious. Without saying a word, he grabbed Huna and pulled her to her feet. He started scolding her and pointing at me. My guess was that he figured out I was faking being sick and that Huna was covering for me. He tried to drag her out. I panicked. I didn't want her to get in trouble, especially not for me. I jumped up to stop him. The moment he saw me on my feet, his eyes widened. He shouted even louder at Huna. And I don't know what came over me, but I slapped him. He froze, stunned. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then he just turned around and walked out. Huna, I'll give you the necklace, but you've got to help me with something. Eventually, I managed to explain, at least partly, that I needed her to sneak Matthew and Jessica over to me. She looked hesitant, but after I gave her the necklace and pleaded for what felt like hours, she finally reluctantly agreed. That night, just before dawn, she stuffed them into the giant bags they usually use to carry firewood and placed the cart near my teepee's entrance. Matthew and Jessica snuck in quietly.
You better get us out of here before I kick your butt, you little miserable smackhead.
I wouldn't use miserable here, Jess. In case you haven't noticed, she's literally a god here.
She's still a stupid loser to me, and don't you ever defend her again. You did it before, and you're doing it now. I'm warning you, Matthew.
What are you gonna do, Jessica? We're stuck in the middle of some weird cult tribe, and this is what you're focused on? Belittling Rose? What has she ever actually done to you?
It's okay, Matthew. Thanks, but let's just focus. We need to figure out how we're getting out of here.
Oh, now you care about us? Do you have any idea what we've been through? We wake up at dawn, get sent to the mountains to hunt, whatever that means, and then we're out in the fields all afternoon. All we get to eat is plain rice and dry corn, while you're here eating fish and meat and bathing in milk like some freaking goddess. You're letting this whole thing get to your head, maybe because deep down you know how worthless and dirty you are. Just a smug little snake-loving mutt.
Jessica, enough! Cut it out, all right?
Huna sensed something was wrong. She stepped in, trying to gesture for Jessica to calm down.
Oh, what do you want now? Instead of standing there like some useless statue, why don't you go fetch us something decent to eat, huh? Food, stomach, hunger, food. You hear that?
She shoved Huna toward the entrance. Matthew rushed to stop her.
I'm tired. I want to go home. I miss my bed so bad.
It's okay. Calm down. Rose will help us figure this out.
She's an idiot. She never does anything right. She killed my brother. Yeah, she did. You didn't know that, huh? We were best friends, Rose, for 10 years. And then That night, you showed up crying, pouring rain, screaming about your mom, aunt, whatever. My brother, he came running down to check what was going on, and he tripped over you. Yeah, she was lying on the floor crying because she's that dramatic. He just had surgery, okay? He wasn't supposed to fall. Now he's in a coma. And every time I see you smiling and pretending like it didn't happen, I see him lying there. You didn't just ruin our friendship, you ruined everything.
Jess, that's not fair. You can't blame her for that. I'm sure Rose is sorry.
God knows how sorry I am. I think about it every single night. I've said I'm sorry more times than I can count.
Yeah? Look how sorry you are. Getting pampered like royalty while we rot out there. You and your crocodile tears. I'll never forgive you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was crying hard. That incident never left me. It came right after I found out about my mom and aunt. And then Jessica completely cut me off. She hated me. Made sure everyone else did too. That's when I started isolating. When I got more into snakes. They didn't judge. I took a shaky step forward, trying to reach out, maybe just to plead. But Jessica looked at me with pure disgust. Then she spat on me.
Don't you dare touch me, you pathetic little freak!
She stormed off. Matthew tried to whisper-shout after her, but she was already gone. He followed a second later. I stood there, wiped her spit off my cheek, and blinked my last tear away. The next day, during the blessing ceremony, the leader brought forward a few villagers like usual, but I didn't even look at them. I shook my head. He stopped, looking confused. I scanned the crowd. Then slowly, I raised my hand and pointed at Jessica. The crowd turned to look at her. Jessica didn't move. Her eyes locked on mine, wide and panicked. Her face went pale.
You wouldn't dare, Rose.
The leader ordered his men to bring her forward. She didn't resist. She walked with them, calm, composed, almost proud. When she got closer, she looked straight into my eyes, cold, like she was daring me.
What are you going to do, Rose?
So now I'm just Rose? Not a pathetic loser anymore? She didn't say a word, just stared. But her eyes were saying, do the right thing. I looked at the leader and gave the signal to take her away.
No, please, stop! Rose, tell them to stop!
He tried to run toward us, but a few of the men held him back as Jessica walked away silently, without a fight, never once looking back. That night, I sat in my teepee with the worst headache of my life. My eyes were burning. I'd already kicked Huna out because I needed a break. Some rest without someone hovering around me like I was prey. Just then, Huna tiptoed back in, dragging Matthew by the ear. Matthew, why were you outside walking around my teepee? Do you know how dangerous that is?
Good evening, Rose.
Couldn't have a bad one if I tried.
I needed to talk to you, and I didn't know how. Ow! Seriously, tell her to let go of my ear.
If you're here to talk about Jessica, save it. She got what she deserved. I've been silent enough.
I get your pain, I really do, but she's been through a lot too. I mean, I wanted to break up with her, but ow! What is her hand made of, metal?
It's okay, Huna. You can let go of his ear now.
I was gonna break up with her before the trip, but her dad asked me to wait. He's a friend of my dad's. Said she wasn't doing well, that this trip might help. Her therapist thought nature would fix things, I guess. She's all he's got. I just wanted to get her back safe. All of us.
Boo and who?
Come on, Rose, show empathy.
Her going through stuff doesn't mean everyone else has to suffer for it. Her therapist should have taught her not to be a jerk, not to go out and connect with the trees. Now, if you don't mind, it's time for my nap. Huna pushed him toward the exit.
Wait, Huna, right? Here, I picked this flower for you. Thought it looked cool. I've never seen anything like it.
Huna clutched her chest, visibly touched, then promptly threw the flower away. Shokuri! It's poisonous, you idiot. Now get out. Huna gave him one last glare and dragged him out. That night, we had one of the biggest ceremonies yet. A celebration marking the night of arrival. A sacred tradition passed through generations, where they believed a god would descend from the sky to guide them. Apparently, I was that god. At one point, I noticed a kid staring at me with hatred. It was the first time I'd seen that kind of look directed at me here. Huna caught the tension. From what I could gather, the man they dragged away during the last blessing was his father. I was so tired of people blaming me for things that were completely out of my control. I mean, I was sorry it happened, but it wasn't my fault. Not really. So I stuck my tongue out at the kid. He hid behind his mom. A few moments later, the men came to carry my chair for some ritual. They lifted me high into the center of the gathering. Some people cheered, others bowed, and as I sat above them all, I felt it. No matter what I did, they would keep worshiping me. Even that boy from earlier had been pushed forward by his mom to join the celebration. Funny how I was someone's discarded kid. Now I'm someone's god. I still don't know which one hurts more. The boy stared straight at me. Then he pointed behind him. I followed the direction he pointed, half expecting nothing. But then, completely unrelated, I saw a glow. The glow was faint at first, but it quickly grew into visible flames, rising higher and spreading fast through the dark. I raised my hand and pointed, and the music slowly faded as people turned to look. Then came the gasps, and the shouting followed soon after. Panic broke out, and someone rushed to carry me away to safety. The next morning, smoke still hung in the air. Half the village was reduced to skeletons of ash and cinder. And yet, no one cried. Instead, they moved with an eerie calm, lining up in silence, carrying the last of their grain, jewelry, hand-carved trinkets, all for me, for their goddess. Children clutched burned dolls. Old women limped barefoot across blackened earth, as if none of it mattered. As long as I was safe, they would have done anything I asked. Anything. And for a second, I didn't hate that. That scared me more than the fire. How can I be a goddess if I can't even help them? I'm just an idiot, like Jessica always says. I attract chaos everywhere I go. The leader had dragged me away the moment he saw the flames. While others burned, he made sure I was untouched. Untouched and adored. Now he stood beside me, perfectly clean, arms folded, like nothing had happened. Why aren't they? Why isn't anyone upset? Just then, the leader spotted a woman near the back of the line, clutching something under her clothing. His face darkened. He barked something in his language and pointed at her. She froze, then slowly stepped forward, shaking. From beneath her clothing, she pulled out a small bundle of dried herbs and placed it at my feet. Her child clung to her side, coughing quietly. No, keep it. It's yours. You need it for your child. I tried to hand it back, but the leader yanked it from my hands and gave it to his men. He pointed at my hair, then nodded approvingly, muttering something about the herbs, as if they were meant for me, as if some miracle hair treatment was more important than a sick child. What is wrong with you? These people lost everything, and all you care about is them giving me things? What am I going to do with all this stuff? What kind of leader are you? Just then, I spotted Jessica in the crowd and ran to her. Are you okay?
Why do you care? If you must know, I was assigned to clean the poop hole. Guess the fire saved me. Never thought fire could be a blessing, but here we are.
We need to find a way off this island, Rose.
I know, but we can't just leave them like this. We have to help them.
Well, gee, isn't that wonderful? Help yourself first, Rose.
Before I could respond, the leader started shouting orders, telling the villagers to rebuild. No rest, no mourning, just obedience. First we were asking how we'd survive the jungle.
Now I'm wondering how we survive him. His men approached me again. I knew what that meant. Back to the teepee. Back to playing goddess. I didn't resist. I just walked silently, trying to figure out how the heck we were going to get out of here. That night, I sat in my teepee, waiting for Huna to sneak in Matthew and Jessica. But just then, I heard voices outside. I peeked through the fabric and saw the leader and several villagers gathered, tense and angry. In the center was Huna. The leader was holding my mom's necklace. They must have found out she had it and assumed she stole it. But why wouldn't they ask me first? Why jump to punishment? That was it. I stormed out and pushed through the crowd. I grabbed the leader by the horned band on his head and stared down at him. Everyone, he's not pure. I don't give him my blessing. Take him away. Why are you looking at me like that? I said, take him. But no one moved. They all looked down. And then, quietly, so did he. His chin dipping just slightly, like he'd expected this. Like he knew they would choose him over me, even now. So who do you fear now? God or man? I walked over to Huna and helped her to her feet. And for a second, everyone just watched, waiting for me to lead, to fix it. The weight of it hit me all at once, and it made me realize something. Maybe my biological mom didn't give me away because she didn't love me. Maybe she was just overwhelmed, trying to survive with more than she could carry. I used to hate her for that. But now, faced with such a big responsibility to help Huna and the others, I finally understood how overwhelming it could be. And I was going to make a different choice. I wasn't walking away. Inside, Matthew and Jessica were already waiting.
Hey, Huna. Looking lovely today. Anyway, Rose, we found a boat on the shore. It looks solid, newly built. Since everyone's busy rebuilding the village, we figured we could take it. Tonight, get ready.
And leave everyone? With that jerk still in charge?
You didn't seem to mind when he was pampering you.
Yeah, and you're really making it hard for me to regret punishing you. She rolled her eyes. Anyway, you guys can go. Try to get help. Sounds like I'm the only one who can stop that man from hurting more people. I'm their god, remember? I'm safe. Just then, Huna reached over and squeezed my hand. Father, leader. Wait, he's your father? Wow, this man just keeps giving. Huna gestured for us to wait and slipped outside. 5 minutes later, she returned with folded clothes, disguises. We changed quickly and followed her out. We walked through the woods in silence for about 20 minutes.
Remind me again, why are we following this primitive girl deep into the jungle? What if she's leading us to be sacrificed? Let's go back, guys. I mean, this place is messed up enough, even for you, Rose.
They think I'm something sacred, like a spirit their ancestors waited for. The tattoo, the crash, the timing, it all fits some old legend, I guess.
Yeah, plus those weird red-green eyes and your olive skin. I mean, you're also like goddess-level beautiful. Whoa, look at that!
We had arrived. In front of us was a hidden stash. Crates of food, piles of fruit, and even gold. Not a few coins, but full chunks and trinkets. All hoarded by the leader, probably taken from the people or gathered during raids. I wasn't even sure if he knew what gold was, or just kept it because it looked shiny.
We need to leave tonight. If we make it to the mainland, maybe we can bring help, especially if we tell them about this. Smart thinking showing us this spot, Huna.
Huna blushed, smiling shyly. Jessica rolled her eyes and ran toward the pile, stuffing gold into her pockets.
If I'm gonna die in the ocean, I might as well die rich.
I'm staying. I'll help these people. Or die trying. Just then, I spotted something. Movement. A snake slithering behind Jessica. I lunged, grabbed it, and flung it into the woods. It was right behind you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Rose.
I gave her a small, tired nod.
Come on, let's move. We've got some escaping to do.
Why are you so excited about this? You do realize it's not one of your yacht trips, right?
Yeah, and I was sent to jungle camps before I even learned how to shave. My dad called it
character building.
Character and mosquito bites.
We get it. You're rich but humble. Very Disney Prince of you. The three of us laughed, and we kept walking toward the shore. Are you guys sure about this?
More than ever. And I want to say something. I think I'm sorry for blaming you all these years. Look at me now, facing death and holding on to the thing that kept me bitter.
Great speech. Now let's move on, babe.
Don't babe me. I know you've been planning to leave me since forever. Just waited because you felt sorry for me. Pray I don't kill you on the way. Or maybe I will. Therapy is all about release, right?
Hey, Huna, take care, all right?
And then, to everyone's surprise, Huna hugged him.
What was that?
Seriously, what was that?
What can I say? Everyone loves me, tribal or not.
The next morning, I didn't wait for anyone to carry me out. I stepped out of my teepee on my own, hair tied up, eyes tired, but clear. The sky was still gray with ash, but the smell of smoke had dulled overnight. All around me, people were back to working, repairing what they could with what little they had. They didn't look up when I passed. No one bowed. Maybe they were tired of pretending. Maybe I was too. I walked up to the group building a new shelter frame and rolled up my sleeves. Where do I start? Before anyone could answer, the leader stormed over, his expression tight.
Tako mohana, biki hana so.
He pointed toward my teepee. It was clear. He wanted me to go back, to sit on my chair, to play the part again. No, I'm not going back. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. You want a goddess? Fine. But what good is a goddess who sits around while her people rebuild the world? I'm not above them. I'm one of them. And if I stay, I help. He didn't answer, just stared for a long time. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. That was the last time he tried to stop me. Over the next few days, I did everything I could. I carried water buckets on my back, helped tie wooden beams with vine rope, sat with the old women, and learned how they cooked with next to nothing. Huna showed me how to sharpen sticks into tools, and even taught me the word for thank you in their language. I said it a lot. Some of the villagers still looked at me with confusion, others with quiet surprise. But a few started nodding back, offering me fruit, smiling, just a little. It was a slow shift, but it was real. This is how freedom is made. Working together, sharing what we have. Don't you want to live in a place where we smile at each other as we pass, instead of hurrying away worried you might be punished? Where you get to choose your leaders, not fear them? I took Huna's hand and spun her around into a playful dance. She laughed, shy at first, then let herself enjoy it. Freedom doesn't mean chaos. It means you get to choose when to work, what to believe, who to follow. You don't have to give your food or your herbs or your memories to a god just to feel safe. You're already worthy. You're already free. You just forgot how to be. And then, on the 5th morning, I heard the sound. A low hum at first, then louder, unmistakable. A helicopter. I dropped the woven basket I was holding and ran. Others followed behind me, some hopeful, some scared. We burst out of the trees just in time to see it land in the open field beyond the village. Doors swung open. Medic stepped out first. Then 2 people ran past them. My dad and my mom. And behind him, her, my biological mother. I froze. She ran to me first, arms wide, eyes brimming.
Rose! Oh my God, Rose!
I let her hold me. She was shaking. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. I just let her cry into my shoulder. Eventually, the rescue crew tried to approach the villagers. They offered help, food, clean water. Some of the villagers nodded politely, but backed away. Others disappeared into the trees. They didn't want saving, not from strangers. I didn't blame them. Before we left, the leader and Huna approached me one last time. I stepped forward and hugged her tightly, burying my face in her shoulder. Come with me. You don't have to stay here. You can go to school, dance when you feel like it, be away from him, be free. But she gently pulled away and gave me a small, sad smile before stepping back beside her father. I wanted to scream at her, tell her to run while she could, but I didn't, because deep down, I knew what it felt like to still need the person who failed you. I reached back into my bag and took out my mother's necklace. I pressed it into Huna's hand and closed her fingers around it. She blinked at me, stunned. It's yours now. The leader held something out, a single, rough chunk of gold. I stared at it for a long moment, then slipped it into my bag. I'd never say where it came from. Some things deserve to stay buried, but some people, even the broken ones, deserve the right to choose what freedom means to them.
Man, I'd kill to live this life. Freedom at its finest.